Week 1, baby.
Welcome in, everyone, to the Football Addicts Anonymous podcast. I got my bird stuff on. Mark's got his Ram stuff on. Chris got his baby stuff on.
I got my Sean McVay hairdo going on. I am happy to be a Rams fan for the first time in a while.
Too bad you didn't wear a headset and get a play sheet. But yeah, dude.
Been told we look like a little bit.
But yeah, dude, we had a good weekend of college football. A lot of upsets.
A lot of upsets. My picks, they're going to look bad.
A lot of upsets in the NFL as well. So let's get to it here.
One of them I might have picked and been happy about that. Starting
off with the three Friday games we had in college here. So number 17, Coastal Carolina rolling over Kansas 49-22. Yeah, Coastal good. Just again, Kansas, I thought
Kansas looked better.
Looked a lot better, yeah.
They put up a fight
with Jason Bean, who I didn't realize transferred to Kansas from North Texas. Yeah, he was really the difference in why Kansas kept it even close. It was close at one point. And that is when I subsequently decided to live bet Kansas plus 19.5. I think I did. And they had their chances. They had chances to score in the second half and could not convert. So
I believe they jumped out to a lead. Wasn't it 9-0 at first? Am I wrong or thinking about different? I know Kansas scored first.
It was 3-0 and then 9-7.
9-7, yeah, 3-0, 9-7. The coach that Kansas hired, Wisconsin Whitewater, I believe, or Wisconsin Lacrosse, and had done really well.
No, it's Buffalo. It was Buffalo's coach, Lance Leopold.
Okay, well, he was at before Buffalo. He was at small Wisconsin Whitewater, which is just known as a small powerhouse. Did really good at Buffalo, and I think he is. Before we get into the stats, I think he's got something. They're moving in the right direction, if that makes
sense. Yeah. They rallied back in the third quarter because it had gotten out of hand. It was 28-9, and then they scored twice in a row, make it 28-22.
Yeah,
and 3 straight touchdown drives. The rest of the game for Coastal. So. Yeah, I mean, Coastal continues to roll on. Grayson McCall not having to have a all-world type of passing game yet. I mean, I don't think he will have to, considering their schedule and considering that they run a spread triple option offense, leaning on the running game. In this one, it was Reese White. It is usually – I thought they had a different running back. The first game that was.
I know that.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I know he's got a.
It's White, yeah.
I know he's got a wicked mullet, Grayson McCall, and he has a favorite target. If you drop down there, 20.3 average. My gosh, that's a great average.
Yeah, Javon Hiley being featured so far this year like he was last year. Isaiah Likely still a big part of the offense, but they haven't thrown to the tight end position as much this season. But, yeah, Coastal, really good win by them. Alex Spillum, he blocked and recovered that punt for the touchdown. And then also number 0, Josiah Stewart was just destroying the Kansas offensive line all night, 3.5 sacks and 3.5 tackles for loss. So Coastal pushed -27. Now I know a lot of people had -26.5 that they cashed. So good for those people. but ESPN had it at 27. So over 52, easy. Thank you to Kansas. All right. Boise State rolling after their loss to UCF week 1. They got UTEP, just destroyed them. Hank Bachmeier again having a solid game. Hardison not so much for the Miners, but not much of a running game for either team in this one. I don't really know where Van Buren has been, because last season Van Buren was a significant part of the offense. Now they did add Cyrus Habibi Lokio from Oregon.
Right.
And George Halani didn't play in the first game. So more of a committee backfield, I guess, now for the Broncos instead of just a one-man show like Andrew Van Buren did last year. But again, my guy, Khalil Shakir is my guy from Boise State. He's the guy I love seeing every time I watch a Boise State game, and he balled out again. Jacob Cowing, he is literally the only thing that UTEP has on offense.
I mean, I was going to point that out of Gavin Hardison's 223 yards.
He took on here, my bad.
He took 112 yards of that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much to say about this game. Boise State covered -25 over 57. Again, thanks to the losing team for scoring.
The first game that we all took and didn't win.
Utah State rolling over in North Dakota, 48-24. This game was frustrating. I watched the entire thing and started out great. I mean, it was the Fighting Hawks were flying high, 21-7 after the first quarter. 3 straight touchdown drives to open the game. Defense is playing well, and then I really don't know what clicked for the Aggies, but the defense got one stop, and then it was just Utah State from there on.
Well, the one thing that that I was scared of, if you go back to our show on Friday, was quarterback play of North Dakota. And we talked about, well, he didn't have to do much in their first game. And I just wasn't totally sold on him, but I said it was kind of one of those pedigree picks, that they've been good for so long, and I believed in their defense. But his 2 interceptions, and when they don't get a lot going on the ground, it forces him to beat a team, and I just don't think he can. And it'll be interesting going forward, Do we see somebody else play that position, or do we just see him get better as the season goes on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a big believer in Tommy Schuster. I mean, he, along with their dual threat backfield of Otis Weah, Luke Skokna, and that's the thing that I got mad at with UND in this game was that, dude, Otis Weah, there was probably about 5 or 6 of his 17 carries that he was so close. If he just got out of like a shoestring tackle, he would have been gone. Because it seemed like a lot of times he would get through, make the first guy miss, and then the last line of defense would get him. And it's just like, damn, he just couldn't make that last guy miss. But yeah, reigning Missouri Valley Football Conference champs, doing that in their first year in the conference in the spring was pretty significant. So they're a good football team. It was tough atmosphere in what was it, Logan? Is that what it is? Logan, Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Logan, Utah, and the Missouri Valley Conference is a good football conference.
Yeah. Also, I mean, this thing was a late game because it got delayed from lightning originally twice. It got delayed for lightning. Then when they were ready to get back on the field, the lights went out in the stadium. So they had to wait for those to come back on. And then they finally got it kicked off. There's a lot of waiting around. But yeah. The overall, I mean, Utah State had 621 yards of total offense, 439 for North Dakota.
How about
only 65 rushing for North Dakota?
How about linebacker Justin Rice for Utah State? 9 tackles, only 4 solo, 1 tackle for loss, but both interceptions.
Yep. Yeah, Rice had a good game. I loved that North Dakota was like, F it, dude. We're just gonna throw everything we can. They ran, I think it was 3 different trick plays. One they scored on was the Philly special play. And then they also ran another double pass. I think there was one more too that I don't remember, but yeah, they were like, well, it's FCS versus FBS. You know, we got to try something to win this thing in a hostile environment. So Utah State covered -6.5 over 54. All right, let's get to Saturday.
All right, let's do it. Upset alerts.
Oh my God. I was almost so excited about this game. Army beats Western Kentucky 38-35 to stay undefeated. And dude, the thing is Bailey Zappi now, he's played 2 games. The man has 11 total touchdowns, 10 in the air and 1 on the ground.
And like almost 1,000 yards, almost.
Yeah. I think he has. It's probably
839, 930.
It's probably close to 900 something.
He does everything. He lays it out on the line. I do give him that. And about what we expected, like Chris and I, we're taking military schools, but Army is a good military program. If you can say that. They're tough. You know what you're going to get, but they just do it so well.
Yeah, I mean, it was the biggest issue was that Western Kentucky could not stop the offense all day. I think they got maybe 2 stops all day. One was crucial because it allowed them to come back and make it a 3-point game like they did. That was right at the end there, where Army kicked the field goal to go up by 10. And but yeah, again, this was sort of like how the North Dakota game went, though, because I thought it was fine. I mean, Army went up 14-0, but from that point on, I felt pretty good with Western Kentucky. They were trailing, but they were scoring because they got to 21-14 after the second quarter at halftime. So it was just the fact that Army twice had 2 consecutive touchdown drives, whereas Western Kentucky, or 2 unanswered touchdown drives, where Western Kentucky only got that once. And that was after they were already down by 21 and they were trying to come back there.
It's still remarkable to me that when you see a stat sheet between any, especially Army, like no 100-yard receivers, your quarterback went over 100 yards. The other team dominates it, but like I said, it's like Novocaine. They have a tendency not to turn the ball over. They chunk up enough yards to get into field goal range, and they just wear on you. And sometimes it's not exciting to watch, but it gets the job done.
Well, I think when I was watching this game, it did look like, because I think we said this last season, that Army and Navy needed to take some stuff from Air Force, because Air Force has started to go towards the go the Coastal Carolina route a little bit, not to the extent that Coastal does it, but it's more of a spread triple option where it's still under center, but they pass it more than what they used to. And I think that's how Army is sort of starting to go.
I would even say like the 22 carries, they weren't all designed 22 carries, if that makes sense. Where in the past it was going to be designed where we're going to throw it 5 times with you running it 30 times.
I know one thing, dude. Jacoby Buchanan is a freaking beast. I mean, 6'1", 260.
That's big. That is big.
He's built, that's for sure. Big number 33 running right downhill. Jarrett Stearns, again, a marvelous game from him. And actually, Stearns, they said this during the game, it was 4 total Houston Baptist, 3 players, and the offensive coordinator / assistant head coach from Houston Baptist is now the offensive coordinator at Western Kentucky, along with 3 offensive players, all came over. I forget who the third one is, but Bailey Zappi, Jarrett Stearns. That's why they've had such a great connection in the first 2 games.
Offensive players, right?
And that because they already had that connection from Houston Baptist the last 3 years. So,
yeah.
Western did cover though, +6, over 52. And before we move on, just want to say back-to-back weeks, not just the Army offense getting it done. Andre Carter has been wreaking havoc in 2 games. I believe he has 5 total sacks, 3.5 last week, 1.5 this week.
I'd want to go knock some doors down with him in the military for sure.
All right, upset central, number 12 Oregon into the horseshoe, beating number 4 Ohio State 35-28.
Speaking of big backs, how about Oregon's running back 5'8", 211, 211 pounds. Guys, I'm 5'8", and at my heaviest when I was working out in the military and stuff, I was like 179, 180.
Yeah, he's my well, he's taller than me, but 5'6", 200. So yeah, dude, CJ Verdell went all over the Ohio State defense. And again, though, he was definitely a lot better. I didn't watch necessarily the first Oregon game. I watched this game in entirety.
But he's not a world beater.
Yes, and but the thing is, they don't ask him to be in how they want to run the offense. They want to run the offense through CJ Verdell and Travis Dye, and that's exactly what they did.
My big takeaways from this game, which I'm sure people have heard probably if you watch any sports centers and stuff in the morning. The one thing that they didn't really point out that I will, even on that Anthony Brown when he rolled out to the left and for the first, or I think it was the first touchdown, he looks really awkward when he gets out of the pocket and then throws. I mean, he was so wide open he couldn't miss it, and that's why I know how their team is designed, but when you get into that college football playoff, if they get there, right, and I have them as a 6th team and they might move up now, I don't know how they will do against this is not an elite defense, and it was only one score game. Secondly, they beat Ohio State running the same play.
Yeah.
They really did, like 3 times they ran it in a row, and then they had one variation of it. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that until they stop it. And what I will say is, when I was watching it, the issue of Ohio State's defense is their linebacker would go and pull up to where the safety was supposed to cover, and then the safety was left filling linebacker spot, or the safety would go up and the linebacker would go out. And it's just you're going to see it in the film room this week, and they've got to fix that and have better communication. And someone on that defense on the field has to become like a huge communicator. And they're not Penn State like linebacker university, but you can name a bunch of people from AJ Hawk and stuff that have been good anchors on a good Ohio State defense, and they just don't have that right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. They got all three starters got drafted this year from last season at the linebacker position. So yeah, there's absolutely no way Ohio State is even winning the Big Ten with their defense continuing to play this way. Because even when they go up against Penn State, who is, I would think, their biggest competition in the East, Penn State has explosive. They have explosive receivers as well, but Penn State's defense has been playing lights out for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Ohio State, I think, sort of gets lucky, I would say, because Penn State goes through a gauntlet before they get to Ohio State, where they have to host Auburn and then go to Iowa, and then they play at Ohio State. So maybe they'll get a break and get a tired Penn State team when they host them in about. But
this has nothing to do with stats. The last two things I have about this game is Oregon theoretically had, wasn't it their two best players out? We know their best player was out. But wasn't there their two best players, and they walk into Columbus? I mean, and I like Ryan Day's, what he has to say after this is not going to get it done. We should be worried, and I appreciate that. So I guess before we go, my question would be, looking at the one-loss teams that have been in the college football playoffs the most, who do you think, if they could win out, has a better shot, Clemson or Ohio State?
By far, Clemson. I mean, because of what we saw week one. Clemson.
I'm just saying if they both win out. I think the Big Ten right now, though, is a better league.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
don't think Ohio State wins out. I do think Clemson does win out in the ACC.
Yeah, because, I mean, you look at Ohio State's, going back to their schedule, I mean, they have to go to Indiana, who they struggled with last year.
Yep.
Like I said, they host Penn State. And then, you have the game at the end of the year at Michigan this year. And we've seen Michigan be a lot better this season.
That could save Harbaugh's job this year,
And even I wouldn't discount having to travel to Rutgers.
Oh, Greg Schiano put together. Greg Schiano is familiar with Ohio State. I mean, I guarantee you that could be a pitfall.
And then also, they host two sneaky ones. Is my favorite sleeper in the Big Ten. The Fighting Dave Meweyes of Maryland and Talia Tagovailoa. They have a pretty explosive offense. And then they host Michigan State as well. And we've seen Mel Tucker put together a big
do you think they have 3 losses at the end of the season?
I could see it. I mean, the thing is they host their harder games.
That's true.
Like Penn State's by far their hardest game. It's at Ohio State. But we just saw Oregon beat them at Ohio State. So I think the biggest one is going to be, how does Michigan look at the end of the season, and how will they play against Ohio State when it's in Ann Arbor the last week of the season. So I really want to break this news right now because I just got it on the phone. We're going to wait till we get to the NCAA because I know you just got it on your phone too.
We need to go to the next game, though, because this is the team that I think could wreak havoc on anyone's schedule. I think Georgia should circle this right now.
All right. Oregon covered plus 14.5 under 65.
Auburn is scary good on offense.
Number 25, Auburn shutting out Alabama State. Dismantling the Yellow Jackets. 62-0. And I told Bo Nix to have a day, and he didn't.
I thought he would have a better day.
Hank Bigsby, though, he did listen to me, and he did have a good day.
I look at Auburn the same way that maybe they look at the quarterback position at Oregon, where with Gus Malzahn, they wanted him to do a bunch, right? Right now, they're just asking him to do, just do enough because we have enough speed in the backfield that we will take care of it and our defense will smother everybody. Now, the competition hasn't been great. Let's talk about that. But if you at any time can put up 60 plus in back-to-back weekends against anybody, you're a tough team.
Yeah, I don't recall what the stat was, but I did see something about that you just mentioned. They did that for the first time in a few years, 60 plus back to back. Yeah, I mean, expected it. Like I said, before we started previewing games on Friday, this was cupcake weekend around the country for the majority of the top 25, and it's exactly what this one was. I did not know that Demetrius Robinson transferred to Auburn, though. However,
not until I saw that.
That's going to be an issue possibly for Georgia. But I mean, he's not a world beater, but that's fine.
Looking at our schedule, and not to look ahead at other teams, but Georgia's got a favorable schedule this year. I think Arkansas, though, and Auburn are going to be much tougher than what people expected at the beginning of the season. And we've seen this at Boise State where they can put up some points.
Yeah, Brian Harsin. Couple special touchdowns here. Roger McCreary, 35-yard pick six off of Ryan Nettles. And then also Nehemiah Pritchett had an 80-yard blocked field goal returned for a touchdown. Auburn covered. They did cover. Minus 49.5. And then over 60 by themselves.
We talked about that. That's pretty funny.
A lot of big numbers this week. All right. This was, like I said, I said on Friday, previewing this game, I thought this would be one of my favorite games of the weekend, and it was. Pitt taking down Tennessee in Knoxville, 41-34. And our boy Kenny Pickett, dude, he balled.
He did, in a sense he did. I don't know if I would use the word ball. He did exactly what he needed to. He got a touchdown with his legs. He threw two in the air. I would have liked for him to go 28 of 36 or 30 of 36. But you're on the road. It is an SEC defense, and that's exactly, in my opinion, why they won, and exactly what we talked about. Joe Milton is not a good quarterback, y'all. Now, does that mean that he's better than me? He's still better than me because I didn't play Division I quarterback football.
Yeah, I mean, before I knew Hendon Hooker was there as well.
You said something about Hendon Hooker being better than Milton.
I mean, Hendon Hooker, just from what I remember watching him at Virginia Tech, is definitely better than Joe Milton. For one, we saw it on each quarterback had one long run.
Right.
Granted, both looked pretty fast. I think Hendon Hooker's still faster. And you can see in the passing statistics, Hendon Hooker, much better passer, efficiency-wise. And, I mean, he got more yards, had more throws, but got the ball in the end zone at least. Turned it over twice, which is an issue for both quarterbacks. But, I think it's either got to be Hendon Hooker or before they got these transfers, the guy that played last year as a freshman, I think he was last year, Harrison Bailey.
That had a game against us, didn't he?
Yeah. Harrison Bailey.
He looked good yeah. What I like about Kenny Pickett I shouldn't say didn't ball out. What I like about him, and I like that other ACC coaches and even quarterbacks respect him, because when all this hype was on Sam Howell was like, y'all need to give attention to Kenny Pickett, who's been in this league, and Pittsburgh has always been a tough team. He spreads it around to everybody. You see, like these other games we've been talking about where 122 yards of it goes to one person on 223 yards. He distributes the ball, and those are the characteristics that I like when you're looking at someone to go to the next level.
Yeah, this is another game that there weren't really any great rushing performances. A lot of committee stuff going on, but the passing game was there for Pitt. I was kind of disappointed by Narduzzi's defense, giving up 34 to an offense that I didn't think was that great.
I didn't think they would give up 34 in this game.
But I think the issue was that they had was the running quarterbacks. They had issues with covering them. So, but yeah, Theo Jackson for Tennessee. What a defensive performance he had as a defensive back. 11 tackles, 7 solos, pass deflection, and a quarterback hurry.
I will say, even though they have like that the running quarterbacks right now, Heupel has got Tennessee more competitive in 2 games than they have the last 5 seasons. I mean, honestly.
And I know you want to say that the Pitt defensive lineman's name. I know you want to, Mark.
Ballandano.
Yeah, Habakkuk Baldonado. Good performance with 2 sacks as well there.
It's like the book in the Bible. They call it Habakkuk. No.
I mean, you also have Israel Abaniconda. Love that name, Abaniconda for Pitt, running the ball. Pitt covered -3.5 over 56. Barn burner there. All right, let's go to Florida's second straight Battle of Florida. They said this was the first time in a while that they've faced 2 Florida schools to open the season that weren't Miami or Florida State.
Yeah.
So
this was my lock game, and I'm mad that they gave up 20 points.
Number 13, Florida rolling over USF 42-20. Is there a quarterback issue at Florida? Is there? Because
I think there could be. I think there is. Anytime that someone comes on commentating and going, well, he just did what no other quarterback besides Tebow has done in the SEC, I think that there's a quarterback issue.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Richardson threw the ball 3 times and still got 1 more yard than Emory Jones did passing the ball.
He looked natural, dude. He looked
had a fantastic how long was it? Let me get to the game here. A 80-yard touchdown run as well. His 3 touchdowns were 41 yards through the air and 75 yards through the air and 80 on the ground. But I'm confused on why he threw a touchdown in the first quarter and then he played in the third. He threw touchdowns in the first and second, and then his 80-yard touchdown run was in the fourth. So I don't know if they're running a 2-quarterback system at Florida or if they're maybe thinking that Emory Jones isn't it like they thought he was going to be.
I watched bits and pieces of it, if that makes sense. But every time I flipped it on, Richardson was in.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what Dan Mullen's doing. Once
it had to be a 2 quarterback.
They better figure it out this weekend though, because there is a number 1 Crimson Tide team that is rolling in to Florida this weekend.
But it's the same.
We'll figure it out real quick.
It's the same thing that Saban said. We better figure it out. We're gonna get shook. And maybe Dan Mullins did this on purpose leading up to this game. Like, hey, you have to prepare for 2 quarterbacks. That's kind of the way that I read into it. Not that Saban is not familiar with that, but
I mean, I don't think it matters because in my mind, both quarterbacks do the same things. They're both very good at running the ball. And like we've seen in a much smaller sample size, Anthony Richardson is better at throwing the ball.
Right. And it doesn't matter what you do if Alabama guys are bigger than you and just live in your backfield.
Yeah. They better hope that their offensive line can hold up, which not many can against Alabama. Jacob Copeland, though, he caught both of Anthony Richardson's touchdown passes for 75 and 41 yards, like I said. Really good game for him. And what I will say for USF, though, is much improved. You went from scoring 0 and giving up 45 to NC State last week and giving up 3 points less and scoring 20 this week. So it's constantly building, right, Mark?
That's the motto, right? It's a marathon. It's a journey.
All right. USF did cover plus 29 and over 57. Nothing defensively really to talk about in that game. Wyoming.
Man, Chris won some lone wolves, man. I'm telling you.
Wyoming beats NIU 50-43. I was so disappointed because I went in live on NIU. This was when they took the lead 43-42 with 4:56 to go. And I was like, dude, one stop and we're good. Like you just need one stop, bro. And we're fine. We get a first down and you run the clock out. That's how you do it. That did not happen. Sean Chambers and Harrison Whaley, or not Harrison Whaley, Sean Chambers and Xavier Valade, who is my guy. He is my Wyoming dude. They just destroy the Northern Illinois defense all day. And you would say, how did Sean Chambers do that, only throwing 204 yards? Well, they were working with short fields all day. As you can see, Rocky Lombardi threw 3 picks.
Look, the same thing that you and I agreed would win this ball game, and they still had a chance to win it, is exactly why they lost. Let's say he only throws 2 interceptions, and it has nothing to do with the school. And I did say that he's a Power 5, come from Michigan State, but he looked good week 1. And Chris called it. You were correct. Wyoming won this. 19 of 36 is terrible, guys. I mean, and both quarterbacks didn't play good, in my opinion. One ran a little bit more, but he still had a fumble. And it was on both running backs on the ground, over 100 yards. It comes down to turnovers and field position, like you already said.
Yeah, it was Wyoming +2 in the turnover category. Both offenses very balanced. 233 passing to 204 in favor of NIU, 244 rushing in favor of NIU to 191 for Wyoming. But yeah, I mean, they, like you said, they had a chance. Wyoming went up 7 with 1:35 to go. Rocky Lombardi, they got the ball. they actually even got helped because I believe the ensuing kickoff got kicked out of bounds. So they even got the ball at the 35-yard line instead of the 25 and 4 and out. It's just the receivers couldn't get off coverage at all in the final 4 plays that NIU had. So, but yeah, Isaiah Nayer had a great game for the Cowboys there. 3 total touchdowns, 2 receiving, 1 rushing. And then, like I said, Harrison Whaley for the Huskies, Xavier Valade, both over 100 rushing yards. And yeah, defensively, Jordan Gandy for NIU, all over the field with 2 tackles, 3 pass deflections there. So was unfortunate. Like I said, I went in live. I was all in. I was like, bro, we just scored. There was enough time for Wyoming to score, but I was hoping they could get the 1 stop I needed. And I'll say also Clint Rakovich, 6 for 63, also a touchdown, 3 touchdowns, I should say. 3 touchdowns on the ground there. Wyoming -7 pushed over 45 in a high scoring game. And I remember turning this on near the end because I was watching other games before that. And the announcer asked the other one, he's like, coming in today, you didn't think we were going to get 93 points between these 2, did you? He's like, nope, I did not see that coming. All right. Another not so close game. Number 19, Virginia Tech beating Mid-Tennessee 35-14. Not as good of a game for Braxton Burmeister in this one, as opposed to their week 1 upset of North Carolina. And actually, I mean, not really, there weren't any eye-popping stats for Tech.
There really wasn't. It's one of those, you have a little bit bigger, faster, stronger players, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, Mid-Tennessee was in it at halftime. It was 14-6, 14-7 at halftime. So, like we're in it, dude. We're right there. And then, yeah, 3 straight touchdowns by Virginia Tech, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the early 4th. And then they didn't score their 2nd touchdown for Mid-Tennessee until 27 seconds to go.
I like Jimmy Marshall for Middle Tennessee, racking up 111 yards of his Bailey Hockman's 207 yards. Yeah,
I think what really mattered in the game, because when you look at the statistics, very close in almost every single category except for 1. That's rushing yards. Tech ran for 224 at 5.7 per clip, but only 66 for the Blue Raiders. And that was 1.8 per carry.
Linebacker DQ Thomas, Middle Tennessee, on losing effort, 11 tackles, 10 solo, 1 sack, 1 tackle for their loss. Did all he could on the defensive side of the ball.
That he did. Virginia Tech, though, are they now the sole contenders against Clemson?
100%.
I mean, they're the only 2-0 ranked team in the – or no, they're not.
Well, I mean,
they're the only 2-0 ranked team in the ACC.
Record it is, but, can UNC get better? Can Miami maybe do something? Depends on – well, I haven't looked at their full schedule even. They might not play Miami.
And we already know what they have in that atmosphere in Blacksburg. So, yeah, they have a gauntlet coming up though. Luckily for them, this is where scheduling luck comes in. They host Notre Dame. They host Pitt. And they host Syracuse. Their hardest road game is their final two, at Miami and at Virginia. Obviously, maybe you'll be like, oh, well, Virginia's not that hard. It's Virginia Tech. It is a tough game.
Virginia's 2-0, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, actually, they go to West Virginia this weekend. And West Virginia is actually favored right now by 3. So
see how that goes.
Virginia Tech covered -20 under 55. All right. So we had a lot of points in a lot of the first couple of games. Let's go to one that we did not have very many points.
Well, what was the difference? The defense and Greg Schiano's defense. I told you.
Rutgers, undefeated Rutgers, beating Syracuse in the Dome, 17-7. Nick Vedral, very efficient, very, very efficient, almost 80% there. But yeah, dude, the defenses, especially Rutgers, was fantastic in this game.
Not a lot of output offensively from anyone besides 100-yard receiver for Syracuse, Taj Harris. But that goes back to Greg Schiano just being a defensive guy.
Yeah, and if you look at the team stats, Rutgers +5 in the turnover differential, 4 fumbles and 1 pick.
4 fumbles? Shoot.
and they only beat them by 10. That's the issue. Well, I don't know, though, because I don't know if they actually had 4 fumbles. There's no way. Because it shows on Syracuse's stats that only Tommy DeVito and Taj Harris lost their fumbles. The other 2, it doesn't say whether they lost or not.
Well, they fumbled it, but they regained possession. So they dropped.
But it would have said if they recovered, but it doesn't say. It doesn't have a 1 in the recovery column. So, but I don't know. You never know. So maybe at the very least they were +3 though, because Rutgers didn't turn it over at all. So
difference in the game.
Yeah, because Rutgers actually had under 200 yards of total offense, 195 to 265 for Syracuse. Neither team could run the ball. And
how about
terrible third down efficiency as well. A total of
you want to say his name though, because he had a big day on defense for Rutgers.
What? Olakunle Fatukasi.
There you go.
His brother in the league.
Yep.
I don't remember what his brother's name is because his brother has one of those hard names too. So, and I don't remember which team he's on because he's been on a couple. But yeah, the third down efficiency was just terrible. Like I said, total between the two teams combined 5 for 29. That is a 17.2% third down conversion rate.
Oh my God.
They were pretty good on fourth down though.
That's why you have a 17-7 score though.
3 for 5 on fourth down combined. So yeah, loved seeing the Rutgers defense in this one. I had Rutgers -2.5, so definitely got that done. And Rutgers did cover that, like I said, -2.5, way under 50. Interesting next game. Number 8, Notre Dame stays undefeated, but 32-29 against Toledo. And this is two. This is 2 in a row, dude, against unranked teams. Now, both are really good, decent teams, Florida State and Toledo. At Florida State last week. This one was in South Bend this week, though. And they were actually losing, 29-24 with 1:35 to go. Only took him 30 seconds for Jack Cohn to get him down the field and score a touchdown to go up, which was an intriguing story itself. If you saw that video, Mark.
100%. That's what I was going to bring up. Like, I just love that he was like, fix the finger, go back under center, throw a game-winning touchdown. The dude is just he's a tough individual. There's a lot to unpack from this game, but not enough because Toledo isn't in the big picture. They're finding ways to win, which I respect that, if that makes sense. Everybody's going to put pressure on who they have played and why it's close. Well, I want some of these close games. You find out characters of your team. If I'm Brian Kelly, I think that's a good thing. And they've shown some heart and they've shown some tenacity. My question is, you got 3 for 3 from Tyler Buckner and 7 carries for 68 yards. Is there even question who your quarterback is, though, after you saw the dislocated finger and the winning drive?
No, there's not. However, they did drop 4 spots in the AP poll this week because of the close win, I should say. And that's the thing. Like, they're not going to be consistent.
They have a tough schedule this year. Look at their schedule.
Yes, after this week it's tough. Unless I'm going to just like throw a drink in Purdue's face right now, which I might. Purdue's a 2-0 team too. So, but I'm just.
They're all.
After that though is a freaking 5-team gauntlet.
In my opinion, it's a gauntlet. I mean, other people have said that it's not, but
yeah, they play Wisconsin at Soldier Field. They host Cincinnati. That'll be an intriguing story with the former Cincinnati defensive coordinator running the defense for Notre Dame.
If they're undefeated, I might have to pick Cincy on that one because of the quarterback.
And they got to go into Blacksburg, like we already talked about.
Yeah.
And then even
USC.
USC coming to South Bend, which we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then they host UNC as well.
When I say they have a tough schedule, they like being independent. You're always going to start off. Even Florida State's a Power 5, right? And Toledo is not a Power 5, but it's not.
They're a top MAC team, though.
Yeah, but it's not a Missouri State, right?
Yeah.
So being an independent gives you the ability to schedule this way. And when people say, well, they're not in a conference, if you really were the AD or Brian Kelly, you can make your schedule worse than an SEC team because you're not going to get a Vanderbilt in your schedule if you schedule it right.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Vanderbilt won this week.
I will say, though, 2 games in, I've not been impressed by Kyron Williams this year.
No. And
I thought he was going to be a star like he was last year. I mean, granted, he's running for 5 per carry in this game, but he put the ball on the ground. Had over 100 total yards, which is good.
Hasn't found the end zone.
He did in this game. But it just doesn't seem like people are talking about Jack Cohn with this team on offense a lot more than they are Kyron Williams this year. Unlike last year where it was all Kyron Williams talk, really. Even when they had Ian Book last year. Bryant Koback, though, on the other hand, for the Rockets, 122 yards on the ground, 1 touchdown. He didn't put the ball on the ground. And then Devin Maddox as well, 135 on 9 catches. Michael Mayer continues to be the leading receiver for Notre Dame every week at the tight end position. He's just a monster. I mean, he's big.
He's got to be a first-round draft pick.
I don't know what year he is, but And yeah, defensively, for how many points that were scored in this one, there was a lot of solid defensive performances. I will say that. Chris McDonald for Toledo had a pick six off Jack Cohn. And then Myron Tagovailoa Amosa for Notre Dame with 2 sacks, 2 tackles lost, QB hurry. Before you ask, Mark, I don't know. I don't know.
You're the same last name as.
I don't know.
I hear it's a
I would
football.
assume.
I hear it's a football family.
But then, like, you have the Amosa hyphenated on there, so I don't know, how the relation works in that regard.
I think that he actually married their sister. Don't they have a sister?
I have no clue. I only knew Tua and Talia.
I think there was like an E60 thing. I gotta look this up. Keep talking. I gotta look up who. There's some connection there.
But yeah, Notre Dame got the win. You know what though? Good teams may not win, but great teams cover, and that's exactly what Toledo did. Big spread, plus 16.5 over 56. All right. Go Dogs. Number 2, Georgia, 56-7, trouncing of UAB. First home game this year for the Dogs. JT Daniels was out in this one, still dealing with that oblique strain. And I told you, Mark, I asked you on Friday. I was like, what? When I said JT Daniels out, I was like, what, you don't want Stetson? And he said, F you, Mark. I'm gonna put up bombs, dude. He was dropping bombs all day long, dude. 10 of 12, 288, 5 touchdowns, a perfect quarterback rating of 100. Also ran a 20-yard carry there.
The game was out of question in the first quarter, which you don't always, as a Dog fan, that's not always something you see, if that makes sense, depending on who. It doesn't matter who you're playing, Cupcake or not. We got out. We got some long plays. I think I don't know if I said it on this air, but at the tailgate, I said, this is probably going to be one of those ground and pound regular UGA games that we're just used to, and we wear them down. Nope. Bombs away. Game over, and I loved every second of it. I loved being out tailgating again. Not a lot of people in Athens, guys. Like, we drove around. We had the kids on their little electric car campus and stuff. We went to the dog walk. The dog walk was about normal, but the tailgating scene was not what I expected. So I don't know what to think about that, but we took care of business on the field.
Yeah, Monken had his offense rolling real quick. I was disappointed. This should have been a shutout, but
yeah.
Carson Beck, who had a horrendous game, I mean, like the announcers are saying, though, when Stetson did what Stetson did, it is very tough for Carson Beck to come in and replicate that. And he wasn't even close. Threw a pick six late in the game. But it's okay because who's our DC again?
RDC?
Yeah.
Monken? Or no, RDC? Defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator?
Defense.
Dan, what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank? Dang it.
Langen?
He is related to Tag and Tag's brother at Maryland.
But anyways, what I would be saying in the defensive room is, yo, guys, we're through 2, and we're giving up 1.5 points per game on the defensive side of the ball. Regardless of what the score says, the defense has only given up 3 through 2. So, yeah. Again, I was left wanting from the rushing game, and Zamir White specifically.
He can't. 4.9 is not a bad average, By the way, that's Tag's cousin. And then I wanted to say Dan Campbell for some reason. Dan Lanning is our defensive coordinator.
I knew it was an L. Yeah. But yeah, Tyler Johnston struggled mightily, as you would expect, against the Georgia defense. And Brock Bowers, man, he continues to be the guy.
I don't know that I'm not going to take anything away from our tight ends from the past. I don't think that we've utilized them or even looked to. Even though I read this article before the season, which I think Kirby tried to save face, saying, I've always wanted good tight ends because we've always had good running backs, and in the NFL, they go hand in hand and blah, 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 fluff. He's good, but he's built like all the other ones we've had, but we're finally using him, if that makes sense.
Craziest thing about Brock Bowers, he's a freshman.
Here would be my question. We're known, we have this argument, right, that we're a running back university. Give or take, Alabama is right in that discussion too, and they have some Heismans to push us back. Do we have too many running backs that they can't get into a groove? I'm starting to believe that that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that, considering how it used to be, where, it was, all right, Swift's the guy.
And two. We had one and two.
Is the guy.
Right.
The thing is, I feel like Zeus can be.
I do too.
He doesn't. It feels like an Adrian Peterson type of situation where you need to get 15 carries at least in a game to actually make an impact. Maybe that's an issue, but I would definitely.
It's too early, I guess, to even.
I would definitely keep. I like James Cook. I think you can not give as many carries to Kendall Milton and Kenny McIntosh. I think a 1-2 punch of Zamir White and James Cook is enough because James White is more the receiving back. Or James Cook. I said James White, not the NFL guy. James Cook, Dalvin's little brother. So, yeah. And we have a special dude as well. Arian Smith is a burner. A bona fide track burner. So, yeah.
Let's keep using them.
2 pick sixes in this one. Keandre Swoops, the only score for the Blazers. And then Jamon Dumas Johnson, 20-yard pick six as well. Never heard of the kid, unfortunately. But that was like our third string defense in at that point. So, yeah. Georgia covered minus 22.5 and over 44. And my phone doesn't want to load. Dogs have who do we got next?
South Carolina, 7 p.m.
Solid. South Carolina, I don't like them. The only one that broke my heart. The only Georgia game that I went to at home that we lost. So,
hey, if we don't play them at noon, we're usually okay.
31-point favorites for the Dogs right now, which is kind of ridiculous considering they were only 22.5-point favorites in this game.
Ouch. That's high.
All right. Low scoring game again. Number 5, Texas A&M barely beating Colorado 10-7.
Nice. My gosh.
Yeah, I was concerned. Texas A&M didn't take the lead until 2:41 to go in the game.
I didn't think they were going to win this. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, it didn't look good. Like I said, for a long time. 7-3 at halftime for Colorado. And then, like I said, 2:41 to go in the game is when they scored a touchdown. We'll talk about, well, if we talk about that now, we can skip it during NCAA news if you want to do that.
Let's get going. Let's go.
So, yeah, they didn't have their starter for almost the entire game. Haynes King got injured in the beginning of the game. I have it here. A fractured ankle. So, I mean, with the college season only being 12 weeks, regular season, possibly the entire season. Maybe he gets back for the last game or two. But they're going to be rolling with Zach Calzada, and
He looks
that might be a problem.
he looked terrible.
He did win him the game, though. I mean, you got to give him that. He threw the game-winning touchdown pass.
Or Isaiah Spiller won him the game. Either way, whichever one you want to go off of.
The thing is, though, Spiller has not gotten it done. I kind of have the same feeling about Spiller that I do for Kyron Williams with Notre Dame.
Not on the ground, but
yeah, he's been a PPR monster. Devin Achane has really gotten the better share of the carries and the opportunities on the ground anyways.
I think the one thing that I struggle with Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M is he hasn't figured out the quarterback position. And this, it's not because of this injury. Does that make sense? It's the years past. Like Kellen Mond would look good and then he wouldn't look good. And Isaiah Spiller looked great and now he's only one-dimensional like you're talking about. And so I think that all stems from the quarterback position. You either have to recruit someone that's just going to be generational or you got to change what you're doing on offense.
Yeah.
Because Isaiah Spiller is talented. And if, I don't know. It's weird there. It's weird there. And they keep giving him a bunch of money. So does he have something on someone that is going to make Texas A&M burn, or do they really believe in what he's doing?
What I will say, I'll say one last thing on A&M, and then I'll get to the Buffaloes. My guy, Jalen Weidermeyer, I mean, he is a top 5 tight end in the country, continues to produce even with the lack of quarterback play.
Yeah.
2 things for Colorado, though. Brendan Lewis, I understand. It's a tough situation for Brendan Lewis because he is a freshman, I believe. Yes. I believe he's a true freshman too. I don't think he's a redshirt. Granted, ESPN doesn't specify. Get that figured out, ESPN. Like, put your people on the thing and say, okay, figure out who's a redshirt, who's not, and update the freaking player profiles, please. So it makes our show better. We know what we're talking about. But that, it was terrible. I mean, his stats look like true freshman stats. If the first read's not there, he runs the ball like he has for 9 carries and 76 yards. The other thing is defensively, I don't know if he's necessarily in the top, regarded in the top of on the linebackers, but Nate Landman for Colorado has been a stud for the last 2 seasons and continues to be so for the Buffaloes. And I believe he's I don't want to get it wrong. Wasn't he like an Army transfer? Something? No, maybe not. I don't know. I think when I see him, when I watched Colorado last year, he just looks like he would be like a freaking Marine because he's so big and he looks like a beast, and he is. My guy Jarek Broussard didn't do enough, unfortunately. Still love him though.
No, he's not. He was born though in South Africa. He looks like a rugby player somewhat.
I think he was. Yeah. I think he's older. I think he's older too. I think he's like 27, something like that. But yeah, Colorado did cover plus 17, way under 50. Okay, Mark, you can start talking about this next one. I'm going to get a bottle of water real quick. But number 7, Cincinnati continued to roll 42-7 over
Ritter. 14 of 22 for 243 yards, 2 touchdowns. Didn't have to do what he usually does. You know, he had to go downfield last week, long throws to get that spread. Cincinnati took care of it on defense. We saw linebacker Joel Demblanco with 8 tackles, half a sack, 2 tackles for a loss, and 1 quarterback hurry. I think I was more impressed with, you know, Cincinnati not relying on Desmond Ritter to do everything and letting their defense dictate this ball game, if that makes sense. Maybe I watched it a little bit differently, but I watched it, 3 interceptions, and I just was more impressed with that side of the ball compared to the first week.
Yeah, Joel Dublanco had a solid performance defensively for the Bearcats, but yeah, my thing is there were a lot of people concerned about this game. It was 7-7 at halftime.
It was. I did watch it. It was 7.
35 straight unanswered in the second half, and actually it was 7-0 Murray State early in the second quarter. But I think it's nice that they lost Garrett Dokes to the NFL. But Jerome Ford has stepped up mightily in his place this season and kind of taking the reins. And now they have that dual threat where they can run all their stuff. Option game is very prevalent in the Cincinnati offense, especially with the dual threat that Desmond Ritter is. And Jerome Ford is a big part of that, as we see with the 100-yard performance and 3 touchdowns.
Me giving props to the defense. When you have someone, 113 yards and 3 touchdowns, as a quarterback, that relieves what you have to do all game as well. So the run game and the defense, I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, I was disappointed. The tight end that caught a touchdown from Evan Prater for Cincinnati, I was disappointed by his first name and how it was spelled. I was really hoping that it would be Peyton. Peyton Singletary that way. Then you'd have Peyton Manning and Mike Singletary there.
Yeah.
But it's not spelled that way. They probably didn't want to do it my way because of that meaning. But anyways, Cincinnati got it together though. Murray State covered though, plus 36.5. Just there. And then actually the under hit in this one, under 52. All right, baby. We are, yes, sir. Number 11, Penn State, undefeated still, 44-13, trouncing of Ball State. Sean Clifford efficient in this one. Got it done on the ground, 2 touchdowns to his credit as well. Noah Kane under 4 on the ground. That was probably the strength of Ball State's defense, but I don't know. I think Noah Kane is fine. He's still the clear lead back in Penn State's backfield.
Yeah, they their defense. I watched them against Wisconsin more than this game, but checked in on this game. Their defense is stout, and why can't they win the Big Ten? Not only are you a fan, but like, why can't they? Could it, is it going to come down to Iowa and Penn State? Is Ohio State going to be there because they figured things out? Is Oregon a wake up call? I think the Big Ten is an intriguing conference race for me, where down south that everybody loves SEC football. In my opinion, you still have Georgia and Alabama as the front runner until there's a derail. There's a lot of intriguing stories in the Big Ten that I want to see play out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Penn State's defense is very experienced. And I kind of think about it in NFL terms because the transfers that they got are instant impact. Especially the guy that's played amazing the first 2 weeks, Arnold Ebiketie, Temple transfer on the defensive end. I mean, he's been a monster in the first 2 games, but they've also kind of gotten back to their roots as being linebacker U. Jesse Luketa, Brandon Smith, Ellis Brooks, those 3 guys. The secondary's experience as well. Joey Porter Jr., Tariq Castro Fields. They also have, where's that other guy that I wanted to mention here? Where'd he go? Jaquan Brisker. That's the other one. Those 3 specifically in the secondary have held it down very nicely in the first 2 games. So I'm excited. I don't think I've been excited about Penn State like this in a little bit since they won the Big Ten championship in 2016. So
your 2 college teams are well known for linebackers.
I know. And it wasn't as prevalent this weekend because they were playing at the same time. But like I kept telling people last week, like I just felt like I was watching deja vu when Penn State played an amazing defensive game in Wisconsin. And then that same night, Georgia plays an amazing defensive game against Clemson. Oh. So, yeah, very similar teams, structure-wise, and what they want to do. And just hoping – I'm hoping that Sean Clifford is finally got it, because he's had some highs in his first 2 years as a starter, and he's had some very low lows in his first 2 years as a starter. But the thing that's different this year is he's the guy. Will Levis transferred to Kentucky. There is no real threat at the backup quarterback position. As you can see, they put in Taquan Roberson at the end there. Did throw a touchdown, which was a nice ball to Theo Johnson. But yeah, there's no real threat to come in for Sean Clifford if he would play poorly. So, but I think they have it now. They have it's another different offense. I believe this is his 3rd in 3 years as a starter. So I think they're getting it together on that side of the ball. And while they are getting it together, they're fine. The defense can hold the game down like they did against Wisconsin. That's
a big thing in any sport, but particularly for me, for football, having consistency on the offensive side of the ball, whether it's people coming and going or offensive coordinator and schemes. Something that we'll definitely talk about when we get to NFL games.
Yeah. And I'll go back to Jesse Luketa, 16-yard pick 6 there in this game. Penn State covered minus 22.5. That was also another funny thing between my 2 college teams, both favored by exactly 22.5. Under 58 by 1.
How about the next game? You know what? It was better than what we.
I was so wrong, dude. I was so wrong.
You're pretty. I'm not like throwing it in your face, but you're like, oh my gosh, it's going to be out of hand in the first quarter. I talked about Lane Hatcher's brother being an offensive lineman for Mercer. She went down there. He was a starting offensive lineman, and she said they had a blast. They had a blast on the field because they outplayed every expectation.
Yeah, for one, did not expect Mercer to score at all. They got 14. For two, I did say it was going to be 35-0 after the first quarter. And the fact of the matter is Alabama really, I don't know if their players were just shrugging it off because it's Mercer. And that's why they didn't play particularly well. And I say that, and then people are going to be like, what do you mean? Bryce Young has a 70% completion, threw for 227, 3 touchdowns, no picks. But I know we don't talk about quarterback rating as much.
It's only 37.1.
Only 37, and I know I don't hold quarterback rating very highly, but there is a metric to quarterback rating and a formula that goes into that. I don't know if opponent toughness is or like strength of opponent is incorporated into that or not. I feel like it would have to be to be 37 with
I think
incompletions.
when we look at these stats, I'm not going to take anything away from what Mercer did because that's like you're going up against a juggernaut, right? And no one believes in you whatsoever. There is, we talk about it, you know, me being a coach, high school and college level in basketball, like oftentimes you play down to your level, but that's what, as a coach, you're trying to do is not do that. That's why, like Michael Jordan going 72-10 in an NBA season and walking through the playoffs is amazing. And then you have the Golden State Warriors 73-9, and then they don't win the finals. That's the whole take care of business. I'm just going to talk a little bit about Mercer. Like, if you're the Mercer's quarterback, you're 9-15 for 2 touchdowns and 1 interception against the number 1 team in the country and Nick Saban. I don't care who you are. I'm walking out of that stadium feeling gangster, if that makes sense. Am I allowed to even say that? You look at holding some of the out, you know, who's the running backs that come through those doors in Alabama, which is why I don't particularly look at Georgia as running back university. And even though they had 7 yards average and 1 touchdown and a reception, you still held their running backs under 100 yards, essentially.
Yeah, no 100-yard receiver for Alabama in this game either. It was on offense for the Bears. It was really the Freds, Fred Payton, Fred Davis, getting it done at quarterback, running back. And then I'll flip over to the Crimson Tide. Dude, Jace McClellan had himself a freaking day. I mean, didn't run the ball for that much, only got 4 carries, but scored on the ground, scored in the air, and blocked a punt and returned it for a touchdown.
You don't block that punt, it's what, 41, 42, 14?
Yeah. And what also Mercer can take away from this? Do you know what I'm about to say, Mark? Probably not. It's an obscure thing. If you look at what happened against Miami week 1.
Oh, no. That was
Mercer,
what I wrote.
Mercer scored 1 more point than Miami did against Alabama.
My stats. That's what I wrote on my stats. The 2 things I wrote on my stat was, did this become a better game than Miami? Wait, they scored another 1 more point than Miami.
I mean, they gave up 4 more than Miami did, but could have. Realistically, the expectations were that Alabama was winning this 1,000-0. So, yeah. But, I mean, that's the thing. Historically, if you get into the betting game, you look at Nick Saban is now 1-6 against the spread when he is a 50 or more point favorite. Because they don't.
All right.
They don't historically put up what they should against bad teams.
How many coaches even have that big of a spread would be like, there's got to be some betting guy that's like, only Nick Saban has this many games with 50 points. There's probably only one or two other coaches with 40 or 50. Like 50-point favorite is ridiculous.
I mean, that's the thing. A lot of books didn't even have it on the board. Like ESPN, if you go into and look at the bottom of their game, they don't have a spread or an over-under on it.
No.
But I found it on another site. And Mercer did cover, like I said, plus 53.5.
All right. Let's go to this next game because it's not pretty.
And over 59.5 hit in this one, thanks to Mercer scoring twice.
And then after this one, I'll bounce back for Arkansas after we talk about this.
Battle of Iowa, number 10 Iowa beating number 9 Iowa State 27-17. I was very disappointed in this game, but I know you want to talk first, right?
One stat is just the difference. It was low scoring. It was I watched this, right? I watched it to a certain extent that there's two ways to describe this. It was like trudging in mud, if you've ever heard that expression. No one was getting anything going. And then the people that we talked about on Friday that I thought would propel this game, Brock Purdy's 3 interceptions lost it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was pretty fuming about this game. I had a Hail Mary type parlay going, and I think I hit 4 out of 7 before this game started. And there was 3 games that were going on at the same time as the last 3 legs. Ended up not. Luckily, you know, when you're doing those types of things, you're like, well, I hope something else doesn't hit, because then at least it wasn't just one. And it's like, oh, if I would have went the other way on this one, I would have won. The one game we'll get to a little bit later is one that didn't hit on the over. But yeah, I had Iowa State money line in the Hail Mary, and really thought they had a chance at home. It's now 24 straight games for Iowa giving up under 24 points.
I think my question is, how serious of a team is Iowa? Is it one of those, like, they don't look good, but they find ways to win because of their defense? Or are they going to get shook by a Penn State or by an Ohio State, or will they get shook by Clemson? Like, I don't.
That's the thing. Their defense is elite.
That good? It's that good.
And for Iowa fans, I would caution, though, because, yes, the next big game is Penn State, because they have Kent State, Colorado State, both at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. But then the week before Penn State, they play on Friday.
That's weird.
And I know I've already said it, but they are going to Maryland on a Friday night. And I'm just saying, I may or may not be picking Maryland that night.
Who wants to go to that game?
I may or may not be picking Maryland that night.
Let's go. UI, get us tickets.
But they better not be looking ahead to Penn State, because Talia Tagovailoa and Dante Demas, or I forget his actual first name, but I know it's Demas. I know it's a D in Demas. They better not be looking forward to Penn State, because I think Maryland could get them on a weird Friday night game.
I'll be right back for the Arkansas.
But yeah, the four turnovers in this one, and that's what I was telling my friend. I was like, man, if they only turn it over twice, possibly, I think Iowa State would have still won. Possibly. We don't know. I was kind of concerned as well. They were down by this score they were down 27-10 in the fourth quarter with about 13 minutes to go. And Hunter Deckers comes in at quarterback for the Cyclones, and I was just very concerned. I didn't know if Brock Purdy got hurt or if he was just playing bad with his 3 interceptions. And I was very concerned. I'm like, you're down 17 in a top 10 matchup with 13 minutes to go, and you're not playing your starting quarterback. I don't understand what you're doing, Matt Campbell. So that Breece Hall putting the ball on the ground inside their own 10-yard line was also a big issue. That was a fumble return for a touchdown by Jack Campbell there, 6 yards. So, yeah, Iowa State, it wasn't them, really. It was Iowa's opportunistic defense playing very well on the road in a hostile environment. The battle for the Cy-Hawk Trophy, 5 straight wins now for Iowa in the series. So maybe this game has started to make me a believer in Iowa. And Tyler Goodson didn't have a good game. I will say that, though. 2.6 average per. And I still am not a believer in Spencer Petras. It's the defense sets them up in very good field position. The thing is 2 of those, the last 2 drives that Iowa had resulted in field goals. Now that might be the Iowa State defense, might be the Iowa offense. I don't know. Still pumping the brakes on Spencer Petras being a quality quarterback. Defensively, I already talked about Jack Campbell's touchdown. Joe Evans for Iowa as well. 1 sack, tackle for loss, pass deflection, quarterback hurry there. Iowa covered +4 under 45. And I was actually correct in my prediction of where Iowa would be in the AP poll after this win. I correctly predicted number 5 this week. So, all right, number 6, Clemson, rolling over South Carolina State, 49-3. Needed this game. Clemson 1-1, not 2-0. That's my bad. With the loss to Georgia week 1, 1-1. But yeah, DJ Uiagalelei, again, not great. I don't know. I don't really know what to say about DJ, because this should have been a game where he had amazing performance and great stats, did score 3 times, but the passing stats are not there right now. I think they still have an issue at offensive line, probably. But, and again, he threw another pick. So that's 2 in 2 games. Cannot keep throwing interceptions, dude, if you want to consistently win. And I'm afraid Mark's going to miss this name, because it's a great name for I don't know why Clemson they just keep getting quarterbacks with very long, possibly difficult names to say. Tyson Fomachan, the backup that played in this game as well. See, now he has pretty good stats. 75 yards off of 7 completions, 70%. Touchdown, did throw a pick just like DJ did, though. Will Shipley, very good game for him. 8 carries, 80 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. And then, three Clemson running backs scored in this one, 2 on the ground, 1 through the air. Justin Ross, the leading receiver for Clemson in this one, hasn't necessarily produced like people thought he would after coming back from being out all last year with the neck issue. Defensively, I'll put out Jacoby Durant for South Carolina State. 2 pass deflections and both interceptions of the Clemson's quarterback. James Skalski as well continues to be a monster for Clemson's defense. Tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hurries to go with, 3 tackles and a solo tackle. South Carolina State did cover, plus 50.5, under 56. Number 4, Oklahoma. I would say they bounced back from the close win against Tulane. Just a little bit. They bounced back a little bit this week. A 76-0 win against Western Carolina. And Spencer Rattler came out and said, "I got this, coach. We're good."
Yeah.
The thing I have an issue with is only 243 yards off of 20 throws, 20 completions. But it's fine. 5 total TDs.
5 touchdowns, y'all. He looked like the quarterback that Chris has him as a Heisman, and most people have him, right? Like, you have to.
How's your Heisman going, Mark?
They won.
We'll get to that.
Even like Dark Horse had 126 yards receiving in a losing effort. I still think they should have a Heisman, like, for the, not to get off track, but the most outstanding player and then the most valuable player in college football. Because the two are not ever the same, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this game is really what they thought they were getting when they got Eric Gray from Tennessee in a transfer this offseason. Really solid performance for him. Little under 100 total yards there. And, yeah, I mean, they had a boatload of running backs score touchdowns. Jaden Knowles, Todd Hudson both scoring twice. And, yeah.
The biggest question I have for you is, do you know the Western Carolina mascot?
It looks like a wildcat.
It's a catamount.
Cool.
Look that up for all of our viewers. It's the only mascot that I know of in college football. It's essentially a mountain lion, but they call it a catamount. I only know that because I coach with a lot of guys that were graduates of Western Carolina.
Yeah, Jaden Hazelwood scoring twice. Mario Williams not even close to the receiving performance he had last week. But yeah, and then Perion Winfrey, 1.5 sacks, 1.5 tackles for loss.
I mean, I would like to go and make 20 completions and 5 touchdowns in any game. Flag football, anybody?
Hey, you know what? The Oklahoma covered.
They did. They did by themselves.
Minus 52.5 they covered. And they hit the over as well. Over 66 by themselves.
I'm pretty sure we talked about that, and they did it themselves.
All right. It's funny. This next one's funny because I have a friend that I met here at Marquette Law School that worked in baseball operations at the University of Texas. So he was wearing his Texas stuff today. He's like, it was hard. It was hard to put it on, but it was raining, and it was I will say, I commented on his very, very nice baseball rain jacket kind of thing. So Arkansas railed number 15 Texas 40-21. And I know you probably saw all the stuff. I saw all the stuff all weekend. The biggest question is Texas sure they want to go to the SEC?
I have a lot to take away from this game that is maybe not stat wise. One, Sam Pittman is a good coach, guys. Like, or not, I use like as too many transition words. Anybody that wants a coach that is up and coming, Sam Pittman is right there. That doesn't mean that he's looking to go anywhere else. Second, I grew up in southern Missouri, and half of my classmates and friends to this day either attended Arkansas. I played junior college basketball in Arkansas, and they all just text me like, did you see us play today? And I was like, man, you guys played, like really well. The only thing that I have to say is, why are you storming a field when you're a Power 5 beating another Power 5? That's not Alabama.
Because top 15 win. And Sam Pittman hasn't had a signature win yet.
I'm grateful for it, and welcome to the SEC. Welcome.
I find it crazy after all the games happened. Looking at the SEC standings, SEC West specifically, there's only one team that is 1-1. And that's LSU. And they have more points than Texas A&M and Mississippi State, two of the other 2-0 teams. But yeah, Arkansas now ranked this week. They moved up to number 20 from a no ranking status after this trouncing.
They got a quarterback issue.
And what?
Go ahead.
What was it that won them the game, though? Because as you can see, the quarterback didn't play that great.
They were able
100-yard rusher.
They were able to control the line, in my opinion, which is what Sam Pittman is known for. Yeah,
I think that I take back that 100-yard rusher thing just because when you look at the team stats, 333 rushing yards off of 7.1 per clip.
It's still going to be the same issue that Arkansas has had since you've had what is it, Finley? Or not Finley. Who was their last quarter?
The Allen boys. The Allen brothers.
Yep.
Austin Allen was their last one. Brandon Allen before him. But yeah, really running game and defense, because they held them to 256 total yards. And 4 for 13 on third downs. Turnovers were even.
In my opinion, it goes back to what coaches have you been under, and now you're a head coach. It's the same thing that Alabama was, but now they're more spread. It's what Georgia was, and they're trying to go to more spread. Arkansas is still the ground and defense, and they're going to have to spread it out to beat better teams. And that's where I think they get beat.
Yeah. That comes down to recruiting in my mind, if they can get the quality receivers to come there.
And if Pittman can get a quarterback, I think they're set. But they do in the West, and the West is the juggernaut. I've been saying it.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart's controlling the East because it's not competitive right now.
Yeah. If they want a quarterback, Texas has two. And they don't know which one is their actual quarterback because Hudson Card played like crap. Casey Thompson came in, didn't play good either. Did run for 2 touchdowns, which is, I think, definitely what Casey Thompson does a lot better than Hudson Card. I don't think Hudson Card is a very good scrambler, but Casey Thompson definitely can run the ball. And Bijan did not have a good game at all.
And I think they're one-dimensional right now. I did say they were going to win because of him. I did say that. I did say the play calling. So look at me. I mean, I take my lumps. I lost that one. Thompson is what they said today moving forward in practice is the one quarterback.
And I think that's the right move. I think in both games, Casey Thompson has outperformed Hudson Card. So nothing receiving wise in this game. As you can, I mean, both teams were under 150 passing yards. Defensively, though, Arkansas had two guys.
My gosh.
15 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss. And then Grant Morgan with 13 tackles, a half a sack, 2.5 tackles for loss. That's a lot of tackles. Granted, not a lot of them were assisted. Not very many were solos, but that's fine. Yeah, Arkansas covered +6 over 58-3. Number 18, Wisconsin bouncing back 34-7 win over Eastern Michigan. Once again, though, Graham Mertz very efficient, but only about 10 yards per completion. Preston Hutchinson had issues in this one. But, that's the thing. We know Wisconsin is. It's going to be Ches Malusi, Isaiah Garendo. Jalen Berger had a fine day as well. Braylon Allen. But, yeah, the running game was done very well in this game.
Well, you see the 34-17 score, and it's not like Wisconsin had eye-popping defensive numbers. Does that make sense? Like, look at our stats here. But their defense gets it done.
Yeah, and it was long. A couple long – actually, it was only that one. That was long touchdown run. I was thinking of Isaiah Garendo. 82 of his 92 rushing yards on one touchdown. But, yeah, I mean – Wisconsin ran for 352 total rushing yards. Just ridiculous.
That's Wisconsin football.
And how many did Eastern Michigan have? 16. 16 rushing yards. And that guy right there, Samson Evans, he was the leading non-quarterback rusher. Preston Hutchinson was the leading rusher with 12 yards on 3 carries for the Eagles. But yeah, nothing on the ground for Eastern Michigan. Defense and football, defense and running game. That's how Wisconsin's playing it, especially because they don't have a superstar quarterback.
Moving forward, what are we to expect of Wisconsin? Can they keep it up against top-tier team?
No, because they're going to run into, first off, Notre Dame and Wisconsin's lucky because they have a bye week this week. And then they get 2 weeks to prepare for Jack Cohn at Soldier Field in 2 weeks, which I will be watching here. I won't be going to the game. They're like $200 per ticket.
You were going to say you were going to the game. I was like, I'm meeting you at Soldier Field, buddy.
I do not have $200 to go to Wisconsin Notre Dame at Soldier Field. But I will be watching it with one Hanato Mauis, who is coming to Milwaukee that weekend. So NATO will be here, which will be a fun time. What I was mad at.
We need to talk about that because maybe I can get us all tickets.
If you want to come up, I don't care. What I'm mad at is why is that game at, or maybe I shouldn't say that now. Maybe we should leave that for next Friday, because It's a noon kickoff. Well, it's 11 a.m. here. It's 11 a.m. kickoff Central Time. Why would you put that game at 11 a.m.? Stupid. Anyways, Wisconsin's rest of their schedule, though. I mean, they got to play Michigan, who we've seen be very efficient offensively this year as opposed to last year. They also got to play Iowa. But just like some of the other teams we talked about, Wisconsin has very good scheduling luck this season. They host Army, who Wisconsin should be able to beat with how their defense plays. They host Iowa. But again, I think they're going to get blown out by Iowa because of their defense. They're going to pick off Graham Mertz just like they did Brock Purdy. They host Northwestern, who I think is another tougher one. I think their toughest road game is at Minnesota the last week of the season. I mean, maybe if you want to say at Rutgers, like I said, with Ohio State, but Wisconsin's defense is a lot better than Ohio State. So
I don't think it's fair, but they can navigate it, if that's a good word.
I just think the Iowa that's if they don't lose to Notre Dame, which I think they will, they're gonna lose to Iowa. Yeah. Wisconsin covered by 1 point, minus 26, and under 52. Number 22, Miami, getting the first win of the season, 25-23 over Appalachian State. And again, I will continue to say it. I am not a De'Aaron King guy. I mean, his stats aren't terrible. I'll say that. 60%, 200 yards, ran for 1 under 80. He didn't score.
He did enough. Didn't find the end zone, which is not a good thing moving forward when you're playing someone like App State. We both picked App State, so that's another loss for us. If you would have had a little bit better quarterback play from App State, which I talked about it Friday, worried about Chase Bryce, but he did enough to keep him in the game. The difference is 5.1 average from Cameron Harris. 1 touchdown, 1 reception, 6 yards. Not eye-popping, but enough to put a number 22 team ahead of the team they're playing. But I still don't look at them as the number 22 team in the nation, in my opinion.
They dropped 2 in this week's poll to 24. Yeah, I mean, De'Aaron King on the season through 2 games, 68%, 379 passing yards, and then only 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. And he only has 1 total touchdown because he hasn't scored on the ground yet.
DeMarco Johnson, App State, 10 tackles, 6 solo, 1.5 for tackle for loss, 1 pass deflection, 1 quarterback hurry. He's doing everything in this game to say, App State, just score for us. I got you. Yeah,
I was very excited for App State. I thought they would come back and win this one possibly. And it's kind of funny because, you know, I say I'm not a De'Aaron King guy, but I kind of sort of became a Chase Bryce guy. Now he has similar stats to De'Aaron King. But I feel like on a lesser, kind of a lesser opponent, a non-Power 5 team. He's played adequately in both games. Won the first one, lost this one. Very close though. In Miami too. I mean, that's the thing that I take away is like App State was playing at Miami, and they only lost by 2. Did they have a chance to go win? I was at a concert, so I didn't. They did. They got to.
They had a chance to win.
They got to their own 47 with 55 seconds left.
The one thing that I took away from this game was if they could have got out to a lead to start, and maybe I should have talked about that in the preview. If they could have got a lead, I think they could have kept it, but they were playing catch up.
Well, they did lead once. It was 14-12 at halftime for Appalachian State. And then they also led 23-22 with 5:48 to go. They
could have got up one score is what I kept telling myself. One score and you can win this game.
Yeah. Yeah. But we know App State's going to be fine. You know, we know they're going to fight against Coastal Carolina probably for the Sun Belt Championship. That game, that regular season game will be very fun, just like it was last year. And my guy, at App State. My guy, though, on defense is App State linebacker, just because I love his name. TD Roof. My guy, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss there. And then, I don't know, do we want to point out the Georgia transfer or not?
100-yard kickoff return.
Jalen Virgil, yeah. Do we want to point out the Georgia transfer or not?
Yes, do it.
Tyreek Stevenson has had two pretty good games. Even against Alabama last week, he didn't play so poorly that people, could bash him. But this game, 3 pass deflections was definitely a solid game here.
That either makes us really deep or someone we should have kept. I don't know. I think we're that deep.
Well, he's on a team that has one more loss than Georgia does. So.
Yep.
App State did cover, though, plus 7.5 under 55. That was the other one that I said. The other thing that cost me my Hail Mary. I had 54.5. So I was like, dude, it's 25-23. Like, dude, all I need, App State's going to go down, score a touchdown, and it's going to go hit the over. But, yeah, that didn't happen. All right. Another one we got wrong. Mississippi State beating North Carolina State 24-10. Difference between week 1 and week 2 for NC State. 0 running game in this game. Yeah, Zonovan Knight couldn't get anything going on the ground at all. I don't know if that's Mississippi State's defense or their offensive line. But yeah, this is a quarterback duel in this one, really. And Devin Leary lost it.
What do you expect when you're playing a Mississippi State team? It's going to be a sling the football. Both 49 attempts, 1 better yardage, 1 more turnover. That didn't really decide the game because it's 24-10. This is what you get when you play an SEC defense, and it's not even renowned defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I highly disappointed in the Wolfpack. I just thought because Mississippi State played so terribly last week, even in a win, we saw what it was. I mean, it was not pretty. And for how well Zonovan Knight ran the ball in the previous game, I thought they could get it. But, yeah, did not happen. Mississippi State. The Pirate is now 2-0.
On the west side, another 2-0 team. Emmanuel Forbes, 11 tackles, 9 solo, 1 sack, 1.5 tackles for loss. Good game.
Yeah, and we had another 100-yard kickoff return touchdown in this one by Ladietrich Griffin for the Bulldogs as well. So, yeah. Mississippi State covered plus 1.5 under 56. All right, SMU going to 2-0, 35-12 win over North Texas. Jace Reuter, dude, UNT 366 in a losing effort, but threw 2 picks. And Oklahoma transfer quarterback Tanner Mordecai balled out too, 312, 4 touchdowns. But he turned the ball over 3 times as well, which that's how I looked at that and I was like, how in the hell did they still win by 23 points when their quarterback turned it over 3 times?
Running back.
And the running back turned it over once, yeah, 2.
Ulysses Bentley, the 5th or the 4th, 10 carries, 141 yards. That's a 14.1 average. Just punking it up. Did put the ball on the ground, but still had 2 receptions, 21 yards, and a touchdown as well. That's really, you take away his 1 fumble, he's the key of the game.
Yeah. Bentley's a guy that I really like at SMU. And I think with him and Mordecai, I think they got a chance.
Do you see him playing on Sunday someday, or is he a practice squad guy?
Which one, Bentley or Mordecai?
Bentley.
I think he has enough that he could latch onto a roster. I think it's always tough to project running backs that aren't at Power 5s.
Right.
But you see them. I mean, we saw this weekend, we'll talk about in the Niners game, Elijah Mitchell coming from Louisiana.
Can he be a D'Angelo Williams or no?
Maybe. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, when you get to talking about NFL and rookies, it's all about where you go and how much opportunity do you get to start your career. So
not a bunch of defensive stats, but some.
Yeah, it was hard to find quality stats in this one. I think I'm going to go with Isaiah Nwokwu, 7 tackles, 7 solos, a sack, tackle for loss, and a pick in this one.
That's a good game. That's getting you paid by boosters. I mean, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do it.
All right. Trying to multitask here while I
some bets.
I'm trying to put some Monday Night Football stuff in here as we go through the show here.
We'll try to get it off the air before Monday Night Football, maybe.
I still got a lot. I know. It's my fault. I mean, it's my fault. I put a lot of games on the schedule for us this week, but it's early.
I can't wait till we get to NCAA news. That's all I'm saying.
They'll cut down as teams start to lose. We'll get less and less non-top 25 games that are undefeated or 1 loss. And that's how we'll pick games from here on out. But SMU covered minus 22.5 under 76. I don't know why I didn't see that one. I would have bet the house on that, dude. I mean,
I did not watch this game.
76. That was a no-brainer. Liberty undefeated still, 21-13 win over Troy. Was disappointed. I didn't watch this one, but again, I thought that Liberty would just destroy Troy because they have Malik Willis. That's why. I mean, that was my only reasoning.
He had a good game. He had 5 missed completions, but he still had 2 touchdowns and 1 on the ground. So
almost
he did
100 rushing yards. Yeah,
he did what he had to do. And Troy is down in Alabama. You're going to get recruits that maybe people don't think are Ohio State or Georgia or Alabama or Tennessee, but it's a fertile ground for recruiting. So it's always going to be a tough place to play.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I think it was just the defense for the Trojans was the key and why. Because look, I mean, their defensive statistics, specifically Willie Cholo, a monster, 2.5 sacks and 4 tackles for loss to go with 8 tackles, half of them being solos. And TJ Harris had 10 tackles as well. So think that, and then Malik Willis having sort of an off game through the air. Like you said, though, accounted for all 3 touchdowns that Liberty scored, almost 100 rushing yards. Did enough to beat.
If you don't have him at quarterback, it's a field goal. Whoever has the ball last possession.
Right. Okay. Liberty covered -3, under 63.
One of the more high-scoring games that I thought was going to be high-scoring. This is high-scoring.
You don't know how pissed I was at this game, dude.
Well,
I'll talk about it at the end.
We picked Memphis.
I know. I'll talk about the end of the game. Memphis, undefeated, 55-50 win over Arkansas State. And what can you say, dude? This was a prototypical quarterback shootout. No turnovers.
Arkansas State had 2 quarterbacks for 276 and 306.
No turnovers, though. That's what I think when I look at the quarterback stats. 5 touchdowns for Seth Hennigan, 6 total touchdowns between James Blackman and Lane Hatcher. And that's the thing. Lane Hatcher's used to doing that. He was in this system last year in the dual quarterback thing with Logan Bonner, now at Utah State. James Blackman comes in from Florida State. Still the same thing. I guess so. Anyways, they're running 2 quarterback system. But I think the craziest thing is, it was a passing game. But dude, Brandon Thomas had 191 yards for Memphis on the ground too.
Memphis is one of the more fun teams to watch if people don't. And they've lost their coach. Didn't he go to Missouri?
I don't know.
I think it's a first-year coach, and they elevated him, so he's doing the same thing. The one thing I want to point out is 6 receptions, 239 yards with 3 touchdowns. Have we ever had a stat with someone with a 39.8 average in Calvin Austin III? We need to start tracking averages. That's got to be the highest average.
Dude, he is a monster. He is really the guy that I know the most about from Clemson, from Memphis. It's like Clemson, it's the Tiger thing. But yeah, from Memphis, Calvin Austin is quite the beast that they had there.
Big is he? I don't know his physical build, but he has to be not only invited to the draft combine. Is he going to be in the first 2 rounds?
Probably not, really. I'd have to see. I don't actually watch too much of Memphis, but
I would love to draft him late in the rounds to see what he can do. Let me look it up.
I got it. It's 5'9", 162.
Okay. If he was like 6'1" and 218 or something, I would be more excited. But
he's a do-it-all. I don't think he has been returning punts, but I believe he did last year. I classify him as sort of his last name, and a guy that went by the same last name, and that was a high draft pick of your St. Louis Rams.
Never touch it. Don't touch it.
On Austin.
Don't touch it.
I think he's sort of in that kind of mold.
Don't touch it. I don't like drafting small guys high, if that makes sense. That doesn't mean you can't do it in the 3rd round, but don't draft a small receiver.
Yeah.
And I'm not if you're putting Devontae Smith in that, I'm not putting him in that box.
Yeah, not to discount Jeff Foreman for the Red Wolves either, dude. 2 yards under 200 yards off 8 catches and a touchdown as well.
And that's what's remarkable. No turnovers in this game. No turnovers, like you said.
Yeah, and there actually were 2. Just no picks. 2 fumbles for Memphis. As long as those are right. But yeah, the total yards for this one. Wow, that's ridiculous. They had the same exact amount of yards. 680 each. 1,360 total yards in this one. Yeah. The thing is Arkansas State didn't even have 100 yards rushing. I don't know if that was the difference, but they only averaged 3.1 per carry. And Arkansas State had more possession time. 36 minutes to 24.
What was the red zone? One more score than the other one?
I don't know. It doesn't show red zone on team stats.
Gotcha.
It just shows third downs. But yeah, okay. Defensively, Joe Ozogwu for Arkansas State, 5 tackles, 3 solos, 1.5 sacks, 1.5 tackles lost, 1 QB hurry.
Thomas Pickens, Memphis, 10 tackles, 9 solo, 1 quarterback hurry.
So the thing that I was pissed about this game was the spread. Reason being, I had Memphis minus 5.5. They're up 55-36 with 10:39 to go. Arkansas State scores. I'm like, all right, that's only 1. That's fine. With about 5 minutes to go, it's a 55-43 game. So still up by 12, right? We're good. Just maybe one more stop, run the ball, maybe 2 first downs, and you win. Arkansas State got their last touchdown with a little under 2 minutes to go, and Memphis couldn't score again. So, yeah. Arkansas State covered, plus 5.5 by a freaking half a point. And over 65 big time. 105 points. Number 20, Ole Miss continues to roll. 54-17 over Austin Peay. Matt Corral. He only scored once through the air last game. He made sure to make up for it here. 5 touchdown passes in this one. Little over 280. And yeah, I mean, that was the game. Him and Dontario Drummond continues to have a good start to the season with the 100-yard performance and 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Mingo also 1 yard under 200, 1 yard under 100 and 2 scores as well. So
I think for me it's only Austin Peay, but you saw it in Louisville. Their defense is 10 times better than last year, and we know they're going to be able to put up points under Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, Sam Williams with a 33-yard pick 6 there. And then I don't know if he is related or not, but Damon Clowney with a sack, tackle for loss, 2 QB hurries as well. I wonder how my guy Chance Campbell did, because I didn't see him on the 4 tackles, 3 solos, and a QB hurry. So not as good of a performance by Chance in the second game. I'm sure he didn't play the whole game. So
5 touchdowns, guys. That's another 5 touchdowns, though.
It's okay. No one will touch Bailey Zappi's 10 touchdowns through 2 games. Let's see. Ole Miss minus 37 pushed and over 70 hit. Over 70 by 1. All right, number 24, North Carolina. They rolled Georgia State 59-17. I don't understand what happened to Georgia State. Really, I don't. Sam Howell had a really, really good game. Needed it. 456 total yards, 5 total touchdowns. Did not like the little blemish there at the end, though.
That's the quarterback that we expected. The reason I bet on him to be the Heisman was he lost so many players. If you're going to be that good, you've got to circumvent that is a good word that I would use.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that against the Georgia State team that is down. It's got to be from losing players, I would think. They've always been strong running the ball. This game didn't run the ball again very well. Quarterback doesn't play very well if you can't run the ball.
Yeah, and they really didn't have a running game again. Ty Chandler, Tennessee transfer, the leading rusher with 58 yards. Other than Sam Howell. Sam Howell was the rushing game in this one.
He's going to have to do it all. I think they're in trouble in the ACC. They could have 3 or 4 losses, in my opinion.
So, Antoine Green with a 100-yard performance, which was interesting because Josh Downs was really the guy against Virginia Tech. I mean, he was again leading in receptions in this one with 8. But not as many yards as Green there. Did score. And
39 average, but not 39.8.
Defensively, I like Blake Carroll for Georgia State. 6 tackles, 3 solos, 1.5 sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, and a QB hurry. North Carolina covered -26. Over 66. SEC battle here. Kentucky 2-0, beating Missouri 35-28. Bazelak played pretty decent. He was solid. Will Levis not so much, but it didn't matter because Chris Rodriguez said, "It's okay, dude. I got you." 206 yards on the ground, 3 touchdowns, 4 total.
He ran all over this defense. It's about what I expected. I said kind of a toss-up. We all did pick Kentucky, so I'm glad that they won. But it's 2 conference foes separated by 1 touchdown is the only takeaway.
Yeah, I think these teams are very close. I think they're similar in terms of where they rank in the SEC. I think Kentucky's definitely got a leg up like they did in this game. I think they are ahead in terms of competing with the top teams. And that's the kind of weird thing is that I feel like everyone was on the Missouri train and that they were going to be the next team to come up in the SEC, and they really haven't. And it seems like, at least through 2 games, that Kentucky is now that 3rd team in the East.
Right.
Behind Georgia and Florida. So we'll have to see. Because Wan'Dale Robinson, the Nebraska transfer, has been stellar for them.
5 receptions, 101 yards. I think that he was the difference getting out in coverage and getting the ball into scoring opportunities. He was the key, in my opinion, in this game. I'm intrigued moving forward. I know how much money Mizzou is putting into the football program. They've changed ADs over the last few years. Think they have their coach that they want. Missouri could eventually be that 3rd team. I think they're 2-3 years behind.
Okay. Yeah, and got annoyed by this game because I was doing stats yesterday, and for some odd reason, ESPN didn't have the defensive stats on this game. I don't understand why, but the ones that they did have were the interceptions. So Jalen Carley's for the Tigers, Jaquez Jones for the Wildcats, each with a pick. So Kentucky covered -5.5 over 57.
The next one we all got
upset. Back-to-back upsets here coming. BYU 2-0, 26-17 win against number 21 Utah. They stormed the field. This was in Provo, I believe. Let me just check real quick. Yes. Provo BYU's right? I feel like I get that wrong every time.
Provo's BYU, yes.
Yes. So it was in Provo.
Quarterback play wasn't necessarily any different besides turnovers. So you had one quarterback throw 3 touchdowns for BYU, better red zone efficiency. And then you had BYU Tyler
Algier,
27 carries, 102 yards. That's a big difference when you're talking about same stats for a quarterback. Someone comes in the backfield to help you out. That's the difference in the game.
Yeah, I love Tyler Algier. He was one of the top returning players. Obviously, without Zach Wilson, it turns to a lot of the other guys that were already starters from last season, and they had a lot coming back, really. It was just the transfer at quarterback to Jaron Hall, because a lot of these guys' names for BYU we saw last season. Tyler Algier, Puka Nacua, also Neil Pau'u. Gunnar Romney played in this one. He didn't play in week 1 against Arizona because he was hurt. He did play in this one, did score. And then Samson Nacua as well, Puka's younger brother. I believe he's younger brother. I could be wrong. I'm not too familiar with the familial connection, but Puka's definitely, he's pretty solid.
What I found interesting on the defensive side is you had a lot of tackles, but not a lot of solos for both teams.
Yeah. My guy's probably Peyton Wilgar had a good game against Arizona as well. Half a sack, 1.5 tackles for loss, 2 pass deflections. I was disappointed with Charlie Brewer in this one. Played very well week 1. Not great here. Threw a pick, under 60%. Got propped up by Micah Bernard with 146 yards on the ground off 12 carries and a touchdown. But, yeah, I mean, BYU, I don't necessarily know if it's a tough place to play. I would think it would be. Just the sea of blue. But yeah, it looks like third down and turnovers could have been the 2 things for Utah. 2 turnovers. So they were -2. And then third downs, 2 for 9 for Utah. BYU, 11 of 19.
Whew.
So, yeah.
Keeping on the field, that wins you the ball game.
BYU +7, and then under 51.
Yeah, and then the next one. Wow.
Back-to-back upset Stanford. Not even upsetting, but rolling. Number 14 USC, 42-28. Tanner McKee, dude. The crazy thing about Tanner McKee, he didn't start last week against Kansas State.
Nope, he did not.
He was the new starter this week, and he said, "Coach, I'm here. I'm ready to keep this job." David Shaw might have found his quarterback.
I've got to give respect to David Shaw, coming in after Harbaugh, sorry. And they haven't really missed a beat in the sense that they're really competitive. Are they in the championship picture each year? No. but they are a tough out anytime you play them anywhere you're at. And the quarterback play for USC, just here's someone we know USC's pedigree, whether it's the wide receiver Keyshawn Johnson or why am I drawing blank? All the other yeah. And then all the quarterbacks that we can line up, whether it's, during Pete Carroll's or Carson Palmer or whoever. So you're thinking, okay, got this big media presence. Here's our next quarterback. They lost JT Daniels. He's doing so well at Georgia. Here's the next wave of the quarterback. And it's like, did I just watch the game? Did I just watch this game unfold the way it did? That's all I could keep thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, I was one that was decently high on Keaton Slovis. I was pretty excited for him this season, and thought USC could really challenge Oregon for the Pac-12. Maybe they still can. Oregon looks like a juggernaut at this point, but I think Keaton's got to play a lot better.
I think the Pac-12 is going to be interesting. Right now, Oregon is head and shoulders established them with their win above the conference, but it's always tough to play in Corvallis when you're Oregon State. It's going to be tough playing USC with this loss, even Stanford.
Yeah, I mean the Pac-12 is reeling right now. They really are. I mean, it's not pretty. 3-2 teams, only 3 2-0 teams. It's really not pretty in the Pac-12.
Oregon needs to run through that to be considered a CFP team. I will shout out Caillou Blue Kelly. One great name. I mean, that's just a cool name. But 7 tackles, 6 solo, 3 pass deflections, an interception and a touchdown on 31 yards returning. That's a great game. That's just a great game against a Heisman quarterback.
Yeah, and the guy I always go to, Drake London, for receiving for USC, 68 yards, 1 touchdown. He is going to be the next great USC receiver. Again, they haven't got what they wanted yet out of Texas transfer Keontae Ingram. I mean, he just has not put it on the field that they thought they were getting.
And you know the result of this game, what just happened, right? Are we going to talk about that later?
In a bit, yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe Keontae Ingram isn't getting enough carries because Vave Malapai has been performing, though. That's the one guy who has been performing for USC on the ground. So
stability is my next question for USC.
Stanford plus 17.5 over 54. Last FBS game here. Number 23, Arizona State's rolling UNLV 37-10. Knew that was going to happen. Thing is, Jaden Daniels hasn't thrown the ball. Deep, anyways. He is still young in only his second full season as a starter. Did run for 125 yards. So 300 total yards. 2 touchdowns passing, turned the ball over once. Again, not a surprise at the result. So
no, I guess for this game, the result wasn't a surprise, but you stated it. I just don't know what to think about the hype right now with Jaden Daniels, because are you going to be able to run everywhere on the field when you play a Stanford? Or an Oregon, or even Utah. So you're going to have to throw it. And so I've tried to go back and look at Herm Edwards in the NFL and go, okay, what's the quarterback play like? And is he going to live up to hype ever?
Well, I think next weekend, this next weekend, we'll see, because they're going into a ranked matchup this weekend at Provo, at BYU.
I don't even know how to pick that game right now. Gosh.
Arizona State's favored by 3.5 currently. Darian Butler on defense, 8 tackles, 3 solos, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss. And Rashad White, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. UNLV did cover, though. They did cover. Great teams cover. Plus 34.5 for UNLV and under 56. Now, I know you're excited because we have the results of our first ever FCS Game of the Week special. And your alma mater won, bud. Number 23, Missouri State upsetting number 19, Central Arkansas, 43-34. I kind of wish I would have watched this game because it sounds like it was a great, very competitive game.
Turnovers. Missouri State did not have as many as Central Arkansas, and to me, that was the factor.
Yeah, I agree. Central Arkansas -2. What an offensive game, though. 453 yards for UCA, 374 for Missouri State. And I did not know Jason Shelley was the QB at
Not either.
Missouri State. Utah State transfer. That's crazy that he went from Utah to Utah State and then now Missouri State. He must not be the greatest because he keeps going down in competition.
Well, and his stats were not great. I mean, he got 1 touchdown, 1 on the ground, but that's not good completion.
Yeah, I mean, at least Kevin Latulis kind of helped him out. And also the special teams and defense helped them out as well with Tyler Wiltz, a 45-yard pick six, Montre Braswell, a 96-yard kick return touchdown, and then Lamondre Joe also had a pick.
And that's if you don't have those 3 things, you don't win the ballgame.
Yeah. So better hope that he can up it. I mean, the thing is, Jason Shelley, in my mind, the few Utah where he played in, he's not terrible. It's not great either. Will say, though, the 2 receivers, actually 3 100-yard receivers in this game, Xavier Lane for Missouri State, 9 for 148 and a touchdown. And then also for Missouri State, for Central Arkansas, Lawan Winningham, 10 for 144 for Central Arkansas, and Tyler Hudson, 3 for 104 and a touchdown for the Purple Bears as well. I don't know. I wonder if they're actually called the Purple Bears or if they're just the Bears. Because I would love that if they're called the Purple Bears. That would be fantastic. But Missouri State did cover -5.5 and over 51, easily 77 in this game. So that's the NCAA slate. Interested to see what the FCS game of the week is next week. I'll have to look at the rankings week 3 FCS poll. I haven't looked at that yet. But let's get in the NFL games. Week 1. The Birds. Fly, Eagles, fly.
I don't know what was more.
I was so excited that the offense came out like this in week 1 with Nick Sirianni. Jalen Hurts, the Alabama connection was real. 77%, 264, 3 touchdowns, 62 on the ground. And he completed 6 of his passes for 71 yards and a beautifully designed touchdown play to Devontae Smith.
I don't know what was more cool. The video I sent you asking my kids, do you want to watch Trevor Lawrence's debut or you want to watch the Eagles? And they were like, Eagles. like in unison. That was pretty sweet. They looked, I don't want to say great because it is the Falcons, but they looked really good. They should be able to compete with the Cowboys if they keep this up. I love what Jalen Hurts did in the pocket. I would love what he was able to do outside of the pocket. There's one time that he used a Euro step, if you saw it, to avoid a sack and just throw it away. And that's elite. And you guys got playmakers.
I was also very happy that Jalen Reagor performed well. As I said in our preseason when we were doing the fantasy rankings and whatnot, Jalen Reagor was one of my favorite sleepers for this year. And if you look at those stats, that is 16.9 fantasy points. Very decent day for him.
Go ahead.
I was also happy with the ground game for the Eagles. And I think I talked about that in the preview of this game. The Jalen Hurts mobility really helps them when they want to run the read option stuff with Miles Sanders. And he broke a couple long runs in this one. And yeah, Dallas Goedert was the man as well. So.
Those were the two things that I was going to hit home besides already talking about Jalen Hurts is I was happy to see the ground game, whether that was Miles Sanders getting a handoff, and I thought they used him adequately in the passing game, and I think that can blossom even more. We've seen that in the past with Darren Sproles, different coaching staffs, but in different dynamics. But I think that he can do both, run and catch. And I'm kind of intrigued with Kenneth Gainwell. Didn't have to use him a lot, but he was utilized effectively. So what does that look like moving forward with both of these backs? And that's the other thing. My wife was sitting next to me watching this game, and she was like, man, the Eagles are really better than last year. And then they panned to the sideline, and she was like, is that Zach Ertz with blonde hair? And I was like, what do you think I would look? And she's like, don't ask. And I said, well, in his replacement, I love Dallas Goedert and what they did, and I think he can blossom more as well. And that's one of these teams that I'm looking at is what you did with your players. You didn't have to fully blossom them in week one. And so when you get to a better defense, what does that look like in, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 8, and so on?
Yeah. Yeah, I was really surprised that Kenneth Gainwell got his first career touchdown in his first game. Did not expect that to happen. One guy I did expect to get his first touchdown in his first game did not. Kyle Pitts, very disappointing rookie debut for him. But that was attributable to the defensive line of Philadelphia was eating all day long. Javon Hargrave, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 3 QB hits. Hassan Ridgeway also with 3 QB hits. They annihilated the offensive line of the Falcons.
I wrote a note when I was watching this game, preparing for today. I think at halftime they only had 1 sack. I'm pretty sure. But they were in the backfield all day long. And they ended up with to me, they had about 10 sacks, even though it didn't come down as 10 sacks. And I circled a play when I was watching it in my mind when they were slinging Matt Ryan to the ground, and he just threw it at the ground, which it's both sides, right? It's the pressure that you guys continually got. And instead of getting that sack, he got an intentional grounding, and he might have saved 1 or 2. I thought he didn't save any yards, but they said that he would have been backed up 2 more yards. And not a lot of quarterbacks would have done that. But that's all. That's what I kept saying is Kyle Pitts can't get off. Matt Ryan looks like he's washed up because they're just living in the backfield. They might as well just struck a campfire and said, run a play. We're going to be back here.
Yeah, 3 sacks, 9 quarterback hits total for the Eagles defense, as well as 6 tackles for loss. Yeah, was very happy about this game. Probably the happiest of all three of my teams. The way they performed in this one. Disappointing fantasy day for Calvin Ridley. He was my second round pick in my fraternity league. Only 10.1 in a PPR scenario. But also, what I guess this was also the Eagles defense, but Mike Davis's debut for the Falcons, not good at all. 15 carries, 49 yards. That's why Cordell Patterson outrushed him on only 7 carries.
It's kind of funny because I kept that in the back of my mind. The first drive that the Falcons had, they got him off. Actually, that's the chunks of his yards was the first drive because they started off 3-0 over the Falcons, and they went to him about 3 or 4 times the first drive, and he was chunking up yards. And then after that,
yeah, I'll go back to the Kyle Pitts thing. I was very disappointed for that as well. Probably more mad than disappointed. Because again, I had a touchdown parlay that hit on 3 out of 4. DK scored. Who else was it? Devontae Smith scored. And trying to think who else. Well, just know that Kyle Pitts was the one that ruined it. That's and then DeAndre Hopkins scored as well. And
yes, he did.
Would have only needed Kyle Pitts to get one in order to decent, pretty solid payout would have occurred had that happened. But alas, it did not. Eagles plus 3.5 under 49.
How about this game?
Dude, it was really good weekend football wise for me. 5-0 between college and NFL with my 5 teams. So pretty solid weekend as well. Steelers beating the Bills 23-16 in Buffalo. Josh Allen, I did not see a 51 throw game coming from Josh Allen. It seemed like that would have been the opposite if you would have thought about this game. You like last year, you would have thought Ben Roethlisberger was going to throw 51 times, but they didn't. And Ben didn't really have to do too much because the money man, Mr. TJ Watt himself, along with his friends, Minka Fitzpatrick, Devin Bush, Cam Sutton, Cam Hayward, Ulysses Gilbert. I mean, it was just wave after wave, and the Buffalo offensive line couldn't stop Watt, Melvin Ingram, Cam Hayward, anyone. Alex Highsmith. I can keep going. I mean, they were wreaking havoc every day.
The reason I have the Steelers in the playoffs is solely on their defense. I believe in their defense. I think we talked about it last year without injuries. I think it's 1, 2, maybe 3 best defense in the NFL. And I still believe this after you see this in week 1. But I guess what I have to say about this game, because you already talked about everybody that helped out TJ Watt, is if you're going to be the MVP, you have to make 1 or 2 plays that wins you this game 24-23 or wins you this game 27-23, if that makes sense. Especially when you have Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley in the slot, people like that. But you have to give them time to do that. You can't just do it all on your own. And it's only week 1, so am I really worried about the Bills? No. Am I worried about the Steelers? No. Ben didn't have to do a lot. I'll echo off that. But his completions were not – 18 for 32 is not going to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy, I think the craziest stat that I saw today on Twitter, Najee Harris was the only rookie this weekend to play, or I don't know if it was overall rookies or if it was just rookie running backs, but regardless, He played all 58 offensive snaps. No other running back was on the field. At least I don't think. I don't think they went two backs anytime. And yeah, I mean, he didn't have a flashy first game, but he did enough. And I think the key was the threat of Najee Harris. I think we talked about this a little bit in the preseason. The threat of Najee Harris running really helped set up Big Ben in the passing game. And I think that's what happened. And yeah, Juju had a good first performance. Deontay Johnson scored on a fantastic concentration catch in the corner of the end zone. And Chase Claypool, I mean, his catch that he had over, I don't remember who the corner was that he was against. The catch over the guy's back, I mean, was ridiculous. So feeling good again for the Steelers after the debacle in the playoffs last year. Hopefully I can keep feeling good about them the rest of the season. I don't expect them to do what they did last year, which is starting 11-0. I'm not saying it won't happen because this is, I picked the Bills for a reason, and we all did. So, but yeah, I think really the turning point was the blocked punt for return for a touchdown by Ulysses Gilbert. That was definitely big time possession there. Steelers plus 6.5 under 48, which I had in a parlay that lost because of one other game. All right. Oh, dude, I wish Chris was on. I want to rub it in his face so badly. Yeah, Panthers starting the season off 1-0, 19-14 over the Jets. And Mr. Wilson struggled. He was on the struggle bus in the first half.
Tell of two halves, but it's what we thought. I think Matt Rule is solidifying that defense. Always thought that Sam Darnold had a place in the NFL. I don't know whether that's a really good backup or just on a mediocre team. And he showed that. He relied on Christian McCaffrey a lot, but that's why he got paid a big contract and hurt the Panthers last year being out. And just like you said, I mean, he only had 3 targets, but the one difference in the game, if you want to go back to it, is Robbie Anderson, 57-yard touchdown.
Yeah, that was a big one. Got behind the defense. That's what Robbie's really, I mean, I think that's what his role is, with especially Terrace Marshall being there now. I think Terrace Marshall, DJ Moore are more the underneath guys. Robbie's going to take the top off the defense. But yeah, dude, Christian McCaffrey, I mean, what a first game. 30 touches for 187 total yards. I mean, dude, my comeback player of the year is looking very good right now.
The only thing that he didn't do was get in the end zone.
Yeah.
And that's because they're dialed into him in the red zone. And for me, fine. Go ahead.
It's fine because Sam Darnold can run the ball into the end zone.
Well, and what did I say? I said either I believe one of these two players will win it. And I think an easier pick for comeback player of the year after an injury is Christian McCaffrey. But I think Sam Darnold is going to excel in a new scenery, and they're going to thrive off of each other. If he doesn't have Christian McCaffrey, if someone X's him out in the game and he doesn't play well, that only solidifies Christian McCaffrey being the comeback player of the year. But I've got to give props to the way this defense is established, the people that you've seen in the past, whether it was Luke Kuechly or the other linebacker, Davis. Shaq Thompson is a beast. 10 tackles, 5 solo, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, 3 pass deflections, a quarterback hit, and 1 INT. If I'm in the locker room, as much as I want to give Christian McCaffrey the game ball, it goes to Shaq Thompson.
Well, they did give a game ball to Sam Darnold.
He's against
and
the
with,
team.
What was weird is, with how all the numbers this year, Shaq Thompson switched to number 7. You got number 7 flying around everywhere out there. So, yeah, just like the Eagles game, though, the Panthers' pass rush was ferocious. Everyone was getting on the sack party. They sacked Zach Wilson, was it 6 times? Yes, 6 sacks on Zach Wilson in this game. And they hit him. They hit him a lot, too. 10 QB hits total. Secondary played well with 8 pass deflections. And, Corey Davis for the Jets had a really good first outing with them, almost 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. No running game to prop Zach Wilson up, though. That was a big issue.
And they're not going to have a running game moving forward. Let's be honest.
I think if they can give the reins to Michael Carter, I think they could.
But they lost an offensive lineman in this game, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
It's going to be harder for the run game and Zach Wilson. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I forgot something. I had it in my head. Anyways, Panthers -3.5 covered, under 45. You know what? Going back to the Eagles game, you know what's great about the Eagles win? They're the only 1-0 team in the NFC East.
Yeah, that's true.
Panthers, on the other hand, are one of 3 1-0 teams in the NFC South. All right, Bengals are the first overtime game of the season. Bengals win it 27-24. Evan McPherson kicking, rookie Evan McPherson kicking the game-winning 33-yard field goal as overtime expired.
All right. Who goes first in this game?
You can. Jamar.
Okay, I had about 4 takeaways. 1, I was worried this was going to end in a tie, and every time an NFL game ends in a tie, I tweet and post in every social media, this is not a communist country. Stop having ties. 2nd, Joe Burrow is a winner. I don't care what you have to say about him. 3rd, Joe Mixon really, really helped him. And 4th, Jamar Chase and all his drops. That's the pass, guys, because he excelled in this game.
The greatest thing, did you see the press conference clip? Jamar Chase at the podium. He leaves, and Joe Burrow's the next guy up. And Joe sits down. He said, I thought he was dropping everything. But, yeah. Apologize to Joe Mixon. I don't know why I was typing and it didn't capitalize his last name. I don't know. But I will say Joe Mixon had a fantastic performance.
Great fantasy day.
And I've never been a Mixon guy. So maybe you're turning me around. Possibly.
Now I did switch the game because they both had the ball in overtime and they both didn't score, and I switched it off. And I have a diehard Minnesota Vikings fan that from the military, like my best friend. He's older than me by like 10 years, but he's a great guy. And he goes, I know you switched the game. You got to go back. And he said something about a botched call at the end where someone was down, he thought, but they didn't call him down. And I didn't see it. I didn't see any highlights for that. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I wasn't watching this game. This one was the Fox game where I'm at. So I had my DirecTV NFL ticket quad box up on my computer, and I had the Steelers game on CBS on my TV. I was doing a lot of other stuff on my phone, so I didn't watch the majority of this game. I watched a little bit of the overtime at the end. But yeah, the Vikings should have gotten this done. Really, if it weren't for Jamar Chase, I don't think that the Bengals would have won. But defensive statistics, there's a lot of good ones. A lot of defensive tackle play and pass rushes from defensive tackles. So Michael Pierce with 2 sacks, Ogunjobi for the Bengals put in 1, and then BJ Hill with 2 as well. Bengals +3 over 47. Niners in a shootout in Detroit, 41-33 over the Lions. Shouldn't have been that close.
No.
Should not have even been this close. But Dan Campbell was eating kneecaps in the fourth quarter, and that's what got Detroit to cover the spread. So, yes, Trey Lance did throw his first career touchdown in this one, a 5-yarder to Trent Sherfield, which is ridiculous because that's the only guy he threw to in the preseason. So one thing that I saw, people were really getting on Jimmy Garoppolo early in this game because he fumbled the first snap. And I don't know. I mean, he still had a quality game, did turn it over that snap, but
he had 314 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah. I mean, Elijah Mitchell, though, Raheem Mostert went down. We'll talk about what his injury is. But Elijah Mitchell, dude, a rookie, 104 yards and a touchdown in his first career game.
Yep.
Really solid performance there.
Swift didn't get a lot of yardage on the ground, but he did have 8 receptions, 65 yards, and a touchdown. And for me, go ahead.
Well, they said pregame because he wasn't 100% back yet, or that he hadn't been 100% until this week. So they were really trying to give Jamal Williams the majority of the workload. Obviously, Swift got more touches, but
the 2 people that stand out in this game, we know what they mean to their teams. Deebo Samuels. 9 receptions, 189 yards, touchdown, did fumble it. And TJ Hawkinson, he's going to have a great career. He's going to be a big target for the Detroit Lions. 8 receptions, 97 yards, and a touchdown.
Why did I leave Hawk on my bench? I don't know. I was playing the matchup games, but and Deebo, so annoying. I never thought Deebo was the greatest. The thing is what was it? 75 of those? Was it a 75? How many yards do you have?
He's going to go
79.
Yeah. He's going to get behind the defense, but that's what the Niners need him to do if they can establish their run game. And then on the flip side of the quarterback, I don't understand why Garoppolo gets as much negative press, and then people are like, well, Goff went for 338 and 3 touchdowns. His interception was huge to start, and he's just not – the Rams would have a Super Bowl against the Patriots if we had any other quarterback. It's not like Tom Brady beat us in that Super Bowl.
You know what's funny is that the pick 6 that he threw ended up the winning score.
And I'm not taking anything away from the greatest quarterback in Tom Brady or maybe the second 1A with Joe Montana. But if we had any other person that could move the ball in that Super Bowl, we would have won that Super Bowl.
A lot of good defensive performances in this game. Like I said, Dre Greenlaw, 39-yard pick 6 off of Goff. And then, I mean, you have your pick of the other defensive performances, really. Pick one, Mark. Who do you want to go with?
I'm just going to go with a big name, Nick Bosa, coming back, 4 tackles, 4 solo, 1 sack, 3 tackles for a loss, and 2 quarterback hits. The Bosas are the real deal.
Also, up for comeback player of the year this year. Off the ACL last year. Lions, like I said, the betting community was horribly pissed off about this game. The Lions with the backdoor cover. They were down 41-17 with about 10 minutes to go. They scored 2 touchdowns in a matter of 46 seconds in the fourth quarter.
I still think that with the way Dan Campbell is, you either like him or you don't. He is high energy. He's intense. He's going to say things that you don't like. People are saying they're going to be the worst team. By far, not the worst team in the NFL after week 1.
What's crazy is that George Kittle isn't on the screen, and he had a good day. I mean,
he had a good game.
4 for 78 off 5 targets, but just didn't score, and he wasn't the leading receiver, so he's not on. Yeah, like I said, backdoor cover for the Lions with 107 to go, plus 9.5, because of George Kittle actually fumbling that onside kick, and then over 46.
How about this next one?
What a rout in Nashville by the Cardinals. 38-13. Kyler Murray, 5 total touchdowns. And the other guy that had 5 of something, the money man, hoping to be the money man because he's on the last year of his deal, Chandler Jones, 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, and 6 quarterback hits.
Gosh. Okay. I don't know how to unpack this besides we can talk about the coach and how he didn't have a winning record in college, but he knows what to do with the quarterback that he has. I don't like the completion, 21 of 32, but I do like 5 total touchdowns. I mean, anytime you're playing a football game, that's huge. And is Chandler Jones a recipient of having someone else on his defensive line that's not on the screen, or is he just really motivated would be my other question.
Well, Mr. Watt on the stat sheet put up 2 tackles, both being as solos, and 1 tackle for loss.
And they were only -3 or plus. Titans were up 3 when I picked them.
-3, yeah.
And I went with position players. And I know that they have Derrick Henry, who is a 2,000-yard rusher. But you have Kyler Murray, who can get out of the pocket. And I really believe in DeAndre Hopkins being the best wide receiver, even though he's not necessarily like one-handed catches like Odell Beckham. And I'm not putting Odell Beckham as the best. You have Julio Jones, but he is aged. You look over the years of just someone that's been totally consistent, and it's DeAndre Hopkins. You're talking about in Houston when you didn't have Deshaun Watson, he was really good. Then you did have Deshaun Watson. Now you have Kyler Murray. And when I looked at this game, I said, I'm taking the Cardinals.
Dude, his first touchdown catch was ridiculous.
I don't care that he didn't go over 100 yards, which you would like a receiver to go over, but he had 2 touchdowns and he had 6 receptions on 8 targets.
So did Christian Kirk. Chris Kirk scored twice too. I was surprised because I thought at the best Christian Kirk was the 3rd receiver because I thought they had elevated AJ Green to the 2nd spot. And then they also needed to get targets to Rondale Moore. AJ Green got 6 targets, but only caught 2 of them for 25 yards. So it was Kyler spread the ball around quite a bit. So did Ryan Tannehill, though. And
2 fumbles, though.
The dumbest thing that I'll say for the Titans is that Chester Rogers ended up being their leading receiver. Julio sucked.
Well,
3 receptions for 29 yards off of 6 targets.
I think losing Jonnu Smith is going to be a problem moving forward for the tight ends.
Yeah, I was disappointed by Ferkser. 3 receptions for 19 yards off of 4 targets. So, but yeah, the Cardinals defense outside of Chandler Jones, though, really surprised me. I didn't think that they would be able to hold the receivers down for Tennessee. Nor did I think they would be able to really eliminate Derrick Henry like they did. And Byron Murphy held it down with 3 pass deflections.
Great game.
So, yeah, back to the drawing board for Mike Vrabel. And they had to figure out. I mean, they have Taylor Lewan at left tackle, but he was still getting beat by Chandler Jones. I think right tackle is the biggest issue, but
when you look at the NFC West, that's the one reason I like the Cardinals is what running back are you scared of?
Yeah.
And so if you can eliminate someone like Derrick Henry, can you get to the quarterbacks that are good in the NFC West?
Cardinals plus 2.5, under 54. I know a lot of people got pissed off about this game for the over-under as well, because it was this exact score in the third quarter. It was exactly 38-10 with 3:06 to go in the third quarter. And over bettors were salivating, and nothing happened in the fourth quarter. That is literally a bad beat. I didn't watch SVP this weekend for the bad beat show, but I would have to think that was definitely on there, as well as the Lions backdoor cover. Okay, Seahawks beating the Colts in Indy 28-16. And what did Pete Carroll do? He let Russ cook. 4 touchdowns for Russell Wilson, a little under 80% completion. Chris Carson had a good game outside of, and I said this on the preview, that's really Chris Carson's only issue is that he fumbles the ball.
Yeah.
But I was happy, though. It seemed like in the past, when he would put the ball on the ground, Pete Carroll would be like, no, you're done. But he didn't do that in this game. He stuck with Chris, and it paid off. It was 16 carries for 91 yards to go with 3 receptions and 26. In my mind, though, I was thinking about it when I was thinking about this game, and I was like, well, I think they used to do that because they had a quality backup in Carlos Hyde, who they don't have anymore. And we'll also see when we get to injuries that they lost another running back in this game for a couple weeks. So
my takeaways is Russell Wilson always starts. I think last year we talked about him being an MVP candidate the first 4 games, right?
Yeah.
So he always cooks. Lockett was the difference in this game. The Colts could not keep up with them downfield. It was just like, okay, Wilson drops back. I know he only had 4 receptions, but 25-yard average. Can you you can't jam him at the line if you can't keep up with him. And then DK Metcalf also, a touchdown. And their linebackers came to play today or yesterday. Bobby Wagner, Jordan Brooks, 13 tackles, 6 solo, 1 tackle for loss, 1 pass deflection. Jordan Brooks, 11 tackles, 7 solo.
Yeah. Wentz didn't play poorly in this game. The turnover issues his fumbling issues came back. He put it on the ground once, but I was disappointed by Jonathan Taylor. I didn't think the Seahawks defense was that great, and I thought he had a good opportunity to have a really good game. he did save his fantasy performance with the 6 receptions for 60 yards. That's 12 points right there. But did not expect Zach Pascal to be the leading receiver for the Colts in this one. Scored twice. It seems like Carson Wentz likes him, maybe. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And actually, he wasn't the leading receiver, technically. Jonathan Taylor had 60 yards receiving, and behind him, even Naheem Hines had 48. Those two combined for 12 of Carson's 25 completions. So,
well, what's funny is someone's name that you just mentioned that's not on this screen, who just got paid a lot of money, is not on this screen.
Yeah, 9 carries, 34 yards, 6 receptions, 48 yards on 8 targets.
I don't think I would have shelled out that much money.
Yeah, they actually said he's the I think like 6th highest paid running back right now.
Yeah.
At $6 million per year. But yeah, Buckner had a good game. Benson Mayowa, Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor, all having good games for Seattle. Seahawks covered -3 under 49. So it's a shocker. Really don't know what to say. I mean, Justin Herbert just shredded the Washington defense. That's really the only reason they won. I mean, that Fitzy getting hurt, possibly, but he wasn't really playing that well anyways. It was really Antonio Gibson carrying the load for Washington in this game. And yeah, I mean, Herbert to Keenan Allen and Mike Williams all day.
Keenan Allen is a really good wide receiver. I don't know what he would look like on another team, but he's a man in San Diego. Or, sorry, Los Angeles.
Yeah, Eckler scored the first touchdown in this game. Eckler actually scored the first touchdown of the NFL season.
He did.
The Sunday game, I should say. We had the Thursday games, but yeah, of the Sunday slate, Eckler scored the first one. And yeah, I mean, other than Justin Herbert in this game, I don't think there's anything else that was special. I mean, I thought Heineke played pretty well for coming in during the game. And I mean, we saw that. We saw that in the playoff game against the Bucs. We know Heineke can do it. Bolstered by a great defense and a running game with Antonio Gibson. So we'll see what it looks like with Heineke in a full game against the Giants on Thursday.
I think Ron Rivera's teams are well coached. You know, LA had to come across. Was it in Washington or in LA? Well, obviously it was in Washington because of the Rams and Bears. So they had to come across the pond, and you know they took care of business. You already slated that Herbert's the difference. We both believe in Herbert moving forward. Something that I wrote down that I was reading this morning after the Fitzpatrick injury, and we'll talk about later, is since 1999, which I think that wasn't the Super Bowl, not their Super Bowl season, but some season when they had like solidified the quarterback in Washington. Since 1999 or something like that, I forget the year, they cycled through 41 quarterbacks. Whether that's injuries, starters, whatever has happened, and it's remarkable. It's one of those things when you look at like the Steelers division, when you're comparing them to the Bengals and the Browns, you've had Roethlisberger through all these years. They're another team that just hasn't found a rhythm at the quarterback position.
Yeah, just want to say the Ravens Raiders is kicking off. I know. I apologize. We're going very long. We're having a good time though, Mark. I like it.
We're watching it though.
I have it on my phone. Hopefully it doesn't die of 13%. I don't have my charger with me right now. It's out in the living room. Actually, it's right around the corner, but I don't feel like getting it. 13% low power mode. We're good. Yeah, a lot of good defensive performances. Jonathan Allen, a sack, tackle for loss, 3 QB hits. Joey Bosa, 1 sack, 2 QB hits. And William Jackson had a good performance in his first game in Washington, 2 pass deflections and a pick. Chargers +2, under 46. Dude, Bruce Buffer is like going everywhere. He was at the Rams game last night saying it's ready to rumble. And now he's in Vegas.
Well,
That's a short trip. That's a short trip, but like
trip, and he's used to Las Vegas fights and whatnot. I don't want to even talk about this game because we all, I'm sure, picked the Jags and said that the Texans have the worst roster in the NFL, but I don't know that I believe that anymore.
Yeah. Talked about Zach Wilson struggling. Trevor Lawrence was not good in this one. Now, he saved it with the 332 yards and 3 touchdowns, but under 60%. The 3 interceptions stood out a lot. And, I mean, this is a prototypical Tyrod performance. I mean, he's efficient, 63.6, 291, 2 touchdowns, also ran for 40 yards. I mean, that's seems to me like a typical Tyrod Taylor stat line. So
I watched this game as much as I could because it was painful. It's not like the Texans were like world beaters. I kept thinking, he took Buffalo to the playoffs, even though his defense carried everything for him. And Trevor Lawrence did not look good. And I should have thought when I picked this game, like, you had Brandon Cooks on the outside. Look at his stats. 5 receptions, 132 yards. He moved the ball. You have Phillip Lindsay. David Johnson really didn't rack up. Neither one of them racked up a bunch of yards, but they got into the end zone, if that makes sense. And I should have maybe, for a better word, banked on people like that instead of Urban Meyer not being in the league before, having a rookie quarterback. I need to start listening to my gut, which is, I would call intuition, because I was like, why am I picking the Jaguars? But I was like, no way. The Texans went through all this stuff in the summer. They've given everybody away, and it wasn't even close. Like, the score isn't even that close. It was out of hand.
Oh my. The Raiders, 3rd and 1. Marcus Mariota. Wow. I almost had a heart attack because I thought he was going to score the first touchdown, and I have Darren Waller scoring the first touchdown. So it's very, very excited that he got tackled there. Looked like he got dinged up too.
Luckily, ow.
So maybe he's done again. He's been dinged up a bunch with the Raiders, but yeah, I was disappointed. I started Phillip Lindsay in fantasy because I thought he was going to be the lead guy. But no, it's Mark Ingram. 26 carries, 85 yards, and a touchdown. He doesn't catch the ball. That's the only issue with his fantasy performances. I was also disappointed by DJ Chark.
Yeah.
He did catch a long touchdown, like 30-something yards, but 12 targets, only converting 3 of those. That's not even close to good enough. So
the Jags they could be the worst team.
Yeah. What's crazy, but I think the craziest thing for this one was Danny Amendola caught 5 balls for 34 yards and a touchdown, all 5 of his targets. The man was with the team for like 5 days.
Yeah, no, I know.
I mean, that's a solid performance by him. And please, Vegas, get a first down, Derek Carr. We'll say Christian Kirksey had a good game, 6 tackles, 5 solos, 2 tackles for loss, 2 pass deflections, and a pick. Texans +3, over 46. Chiefs coming back to beat the Browns 33-24. Patrick Mahomes moves to 11-0 in September. What a catch, dude, by Darren Waller. My goodness. Browns now 21-1 in week 1 since they returned in 1999, which is just ridiculous.
That was one of the stats that I put down. So thanks for saying that. The other takeaways I have from this game is I knew this was going to be a good game. I never thought it was going to be a blowout coming into this game. And Darren Waller is special. But what I've heard consistently since yesterday is, oh my gosh, Patrick Mahomes is – well, he is, besides Tom Brady, the best quarterback in the league. What I put down on paper to talk about, the one person that won this game and made Patrick Mahomes look as good as he did was Tyreek Hill, people. Tyreek Hill is a special wide receiver. I don't know where you guys want to rank him with the best wide receivers in the league right now, but this is the reason the Chiefs won this game. Hands down, I will argue it until I'm blue in the face with anyone that wants to argue it.
Yeah, the Browns were in control. It was 22-10 at halftime for Cleveland. 10 straight for the Chiefs in the third quarter. Browns took a 9-point lead with 10:24 to go. 14 seconds later, the Chiefs get within 2, and then 7:04 to go after a mishandle on the punt from Jamie Gillen. Mishandled, tackled inside the 10-yard line for the Chiefs, and easy touchdown for Travis Kelce there. But yeah, I thought Baker played very well. And yeah, I mean, Mahomes is gonna be rolling with his Mahomies like he usually is, and that's exactly what they did.
I will say this: the one difference in the game, the two differences besides Tyreek Hill, right? If I'm just giving a synopsis of why one team will win and why one won't, Cleveland did get in the backfield, and that is the difference of having a great quarterback in Mahomes. He was able to avoid pressure. The fake that he had on the way to his one rushing touchdown was phenomenal. We were watching it together, and my wife was like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "That's how special he is." But when I talk about Tyreek Hill, that's what Baker Mayfield doesn't have. You have Jarvis Landry, who is a good wide receiver, but he's nowhere near Tyreek Hill. And if he had a Tyreek Hill on his team, the Browns, in my opinion, would have smoked the Chiefs. They would have kept that 22-10 lead. And I even text you guys and was like, the throw that he made before halftime to get into the field goal range, the pocket was collapsing. He stepped up and he threw it in a window about this big in between two defenders, right where the field goal range was. And then 2 plays after that, he got sacked. Well, no, he overthrew it in the end zone, got sacked twice, and they did that little fun toss it behind you, and they didn't make it to the end zone. And that's what they're lacking. And I don't know if Odell Beckham steps into that and then the Browns have what the Chiefs have, but they can play with big-time teams. They just have to close games.
Yeah.
And I also, I mean, I think this was the most intriguing game of the whole weekend. I think what Stefanski is doing with the Browns is amazing, because you look back at Hugh Jackson or you look back at Freddie Kitchens. More importantly, Freddie Kitchens, it's the same offense besides maybe Hearns there, which they didn't really use. They do have a little bit better defense, but this is a better coached team than Freddie Kitchens. And look at them. They win a playoff game. They're competing with Kansas City in the first week.
Yeah. This game was just as close as it was in the playoffs. I was surprised that David Njoku was the leading receiver for Cleveland after he requested a trade in the offseason. And no OBJ in this one. So Jarvis and Njoku and the other guys. Anthony Schwartz had a pretty good game his first season as a rookie. So, oh, good Lord.
How about Harrison pushing a coach on the sideline?
Yeah. Chris Jones had himself a day, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 2 QB hits. Browns did cover plus 5.5. And that Washington game was the one that screwed that little 3-legger. I had Browns plus 6.5 and the under 54.5 in the Steelers game, and Washington -1 couldn't cover that. So, all right, over 55 hit in this one. Yes, sir. Dolphins beat the Patriots.
Our dog hit.
17-16. Now, I will say Mac Jones played very well in his first game as a Patriot. I was not as happy with Tua's performance, but at the same time, we already know New England's defense is very good. So I wasn't as disappointed because I know it's against a quality defense. So he also scored twice, including the game-winning touchdown on the rushing one. So
how about Nelson Aguilar? He only Mr. Butterfingers for you guys.
yeah, well, he corrected that in Vegas last year, and he's gonna have to be the leading receiver for the Patriots in a receiving room that doesn't have any star power. Especially, I mean, they don't have N'Keal Harry. He's on IR right now. Don't know how much he was supposed to do anyways. The tight ends really didn't factor into this game, Hunter Henry or Jonnu. So what I was excited to see, though, is that we already talked about Jalen Hurts, the Devontae Smith's Alabama connection. Well, the other first-round Alabama guy also found his Alabama connection for his first career touchdown in this one, with Jalen Waddle scoring 4 receptions, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Parker, though, Devontae Parker, him and Tua's connection continued to flourish from last season. He loves Devontae Parker.
I will say there's a college connection when you get on a roster. I mean, even Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, that's the LSU connection. Not that they, have one the way that others do, but there's some familiarity.
Yeah, and this game came down to the man that ran for 100 yards on 23 carries, fumbled the ball inside the 25-yard line. That's what won the Dolphins the game, luckily. I was very excited. I was getting scared because I thought that the Patriots were going to win. And then Dolphins defense.
I was scared. My thing moving forward is there might be a lot of scores like this in the division the entire year. And that's what I want to see Tua. I want him to take a leap because his defense is that good. And so start scoring some points.
There are going to be a lot of scores like this in the division until the Bills play the Jets twice. But yeah, so defensively, I don't know. Actually, I do know. Sam Iguavin, the man that was on a tear in the preseason that made the final 53. Great first game, 6 tackles, 2 solos, and 3 hits on Mac Jones.
This next game, let's take 2 seconds and move on.
Dolphins plus 3.5 covers, under 44. Can we get a stop, Raiders? That'd be cool. And there goes Lamar. Good Lord.
No, because we picked the Ravens, I think.
I
Or
need,
I did.
I need Darren Waller to score the first touchdown. And then the Ravens can win. I don't care.
Worst,
All right, yeah, Saints
worst football game I've seen in years.
just annihilating the Packers in Jacksonville. The thing is Jameis didn't have to do much. 5 touchdowns off of 14 completions. Packers secondary couldn't cover anyone. They couldn't really stop Alvin Kamara. And the Saints defense came to play.
Look, I don't know the worst rating of Aaron Rodgers' career, but 36.8 might be it. I understand why the Saints now wanted to move this to Jacksonville because I think they had a couple other options. I don't remember the statistic, but the Packers are terrible in the state of Florida. We saw it last year when they went to Tampa Bay. And the other thing that I find funny is, and I saw it in college too. I forget the game I was watching when they said it wasn't a fumble because it was a forward pass. Look, Jameis Winston pitched it to Alvin Kamara for his touchdown. When I was playing football, and even you, that would have been like, it's a designed running play, and they're giving these quarterbacks he really had four touchdowns, and Kamara had a rushing touchdown. Let's be honest about that. He comes across the line, you pitch it. It's not even you pitch it in the air, and I guess since he catches it in the air, it's a pass. I don't know when that happened. All these rules and stats are changing, but it's a run play. If that's the case, Emmitt Smith would have 10 times more receiving touchdowns than he did rushing touchdowns as a quarterback, because half of his touchdowns with the big 3 in Dallas were pitches to the outside that no one runs anymore. That's all I have to say. This was a terrible, terrible game. I turned it off in the second quarter. I was puking.
Yeah, it was a double-edged sword. I have Aaron Rodgers in my dynasty league. I was playing against him in my fraternity league. Obviously, I won or will win in my fraternity league this week. Have already lost in my dynasty league because all our players are done. But it was an interesting topic today at school with a lot of Packers fans here in Wisconsin. Well, I am friends with a Saints fan here, so he was wearing his Saints hat, his Tulane sweatshirt, which was nice. Sort of funny. But
the one thing I thought was, okay, I picked these guys to go deep in the playoffs, and I am buying the hype that this is the last go around, because even Aaron Rodgers is saying it. But the one thing that did worry me, and I said it in the preseason when we talked about preseason games, is I don't care if it was their second team defense. Their defense is atrocious.
Yeah.
I thought that they would be able to go down the field with Devontae Adams. I thought they could do this. I think the Packers, and that's what commentating is all about, right? You turn on ESPN, you turn on Fox, you turn on CBS. They want to throw fire at week 1. If this happens in week 2, then I think we have a discussion like the Packers are in trouble.
Yeah. I forget who they're playing in week 2, but I don't think this will occur. But I got to shout out my boy, even though I hated the Saints won this one. But tight end Juwan Johnson, converted receiver, Penn State guy, 3 catches, 21 yards, and 2 touchdowns. One very athletic, jumping at a high ball from Jameis there. And probably Marcus Davenport, a sack, 2 tackles, loss, else defensive statistics going on. And then obviously we had the Premier League lacrosse player scoring a touchdown as well, Mr. Hogan. Come on, Raiders. This is your third straight third down. Get a freaking stop. Oh, my God. What a pass rush from Max Crosby. Oh, my. He was not up, dude. He was down. Dude, Max Crosby is lighting up the Ravens right now. I was a good stat that I saw that they showed on ESPN there. He has 17 career sacks, the most out of the 2019 NFL draft class. And he was the 106th pick out of Eastern Michigan. So, yeah, Saints plus 3.5, under 49. Broncos 27-13 win over the Giants. Daniel Jones. What's new? He fumbled the ball again. I will say Teddy B looked pretty good in his first game. Very efficient. That's what we get from Teddy Bridgewater. That's what we're gonna get. Not a lot of downfield passing, only 264 on 28 completions, but did score twice. Melvin Gordon wouldn't have had those stats if he didn't run for 70-yard touchdown. So there's that. And Saquon had a terrible game against a top 7 defense.
How about Von Miller coming back? 3 tackles, 3 solo, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for a loss, 2 quarterbacks hits. I think he's got a lot of football left in him. Jerry Jeudy, 6 receptions, 72 yards on 7 targets. The key is what we will talk about later in the NFL news.
Yeah, to Albert O scoring a touchdown. Albert Owebunam.
Sterling Shepard had a huge game too.
I did not expect him to be the number 1 receiver. But Daniel Jones has that connection with him already. Galladay didn't play. I don't think. I don't know. Broncos -3 cover, under 42.
Let's talk about this game.
Sunday Night Football, Rams trouncing the Bears in their home opener. First game at SoFi Stadium with the fans. Dude, I mean, was I right or was I right after 1 week? Matthew Stafford MVP.
I haven't been excited about football, my football teams, because when you have hope for my football teams, they always go. But you give Matthew Stafford weapons, he had time, and he goes downfield. He's a tough-nosed player. And the first touchdown just showed you, he just flick of the wrist, boom, on target. No one touches him, gets up, runs for a touchdown. You know what you're going to get out of your defense. I'm excited. I'm on that MVP train with you. I'm with you. Cooper Kupp, I loved their connection. 7 receptions on 10 targets, 108 yards, a touchdown. Van Jefferson, no one, I don't think, thought he would have a touchdown. 2 receptions, 80 yards. That was kind of big for me. The quiet one was Robert Woods. That has been a big factor.
Yeah, Robert Woods' touchdown was ridiculous. Saved his fantasy performance, really. Otherwise, didn't do anything. I mean, only got 4 targets. So, Allen Robinson was a disappointment in this one. I think it is starting to simmer for Bears fans. The Justin Fields thing. He scored his first career touchdown too. Wasn't a passing, but did run a touchdown in. And David Montgomery, though, I agreed with Al and Chris. And if the Bears are going to do something, it has to go through David Montgomery. I didn't expect him to do what he did, running for 100 yards on the Rams' really solid defense. But
That's the one thing that scares me as a Rams fan. Even though you have Aaron Donald, if you look back at all of our seasons, we're not that good against the run.
yeah, definitely the weak point in the Rams defense in this one. And it's an all-out blitz for the Ravens on 3rd and 10. And Derek Carr, oh my God, he had him, dude.
He did.
What the heck, bro?
I will say this about Matt Nagy and his decision not to start Justin Fields. I actually heard this from Jalen Rose, listening to Jalen Jacoby on a drive to North Carolina last week. And I agree with what he said. He didn't say that Justin Fields is not going to be the starter, but why would you put a rookie in his first game from the beginning going against Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey? Let's see how this first game goes. Aaron Donald doesn't play very well. All right. Then the next week, we're going to prepare you, and boom, we're starting after this week. And so I agreed with his analysis on that.
Yeah, Justin Hollins for the Rams defense, 8 tackles, 6 solos, 2 sacks, 1 tackle for loss, and a quarterback hit. Aaron Donald did eventually get a sack after he was close about 3 times prior to that. Rams did cover -9.5 over 47 by Uno. Okay, finally done with the game recaps here. NCAA news. We already talked about Texas A&M quarterback Haynes King out several weeks. He has a fractured ankle. But let's get into the bomb that dropped during the beginning of the show. It is USC has fired head coach Clay Helton after 7+ seasons, 46 and 24 in those years. And it's like, what does USC do? I know I didn't see it coming. And I really don't know where they go, especially because I still think, even with the trouncing that Stanford gave them, I still think that they can get it done. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see if when Mark comes back. But in terms of time, I know we're way over right now. But the Bills, NFL news here, a couple restructures. Bills converted $5.2 million of safety Jordan Poyer's base into a signing bonus that created $2.6 million in cap space. Packers converting $1.213 million. Corner Chandon Sullivan's base into a signing bonus, creating $970,000 in cap space. Also added 4 void years. So those couple restructures help. And Nathaniel, how are you doing, sir? Great to have you on. You're muted. You need to learn how to use Zoom.
It's great to be here, Rusty. Came over to Mark's house, and we're gonna watch some Monday Night Football.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. You were yelling at me for being too long, and we're like astronomically long tonight, but having a good time.
That's good.
Talking ball. Whenever Mark gets back, I need to get his thoughts on Clay Helton's firing from USC. So.
Yeah, Mark just left to go to the bathroom real quick. So actually gonna be right back. So,
but anyway,
I can't believe that USC fired him. I mean, I cannot believe it. What are your aspirations, I guess, with a Heisman candidate? But there's been no stability at USC since Pete Carroll left. And for me, when you look at your favorite team, the Steelers, they have stability, and you have to build that eventually.
What a tackle. right there by John Abram, I think. But yeah, dude, 46 and 24 and 7+ seasons for Helton at USC. It's a marquee job. I mean, it was funny. I saw a tweet that said something along the lines that like Jags fans, when they see Urban Meyer talk about or take the USC job. But yeah. Already talked about the couple restructures that we had on the slate here. But let's get into the Texans. They wanted a ridiculous package, a combination of 6 players and draft picks, 6 players or draft picks. Any combination of 6 would have worked for quarterback Deshaun Watson this offseason. So whether that be 6 players, 5 players, and a draft pick, and so on, any combination of 6 they wanted for Deshaun Watson.
I don't think you get that with what's going on.
No.
You could have got that before all of this. Does that make sense? You could have got the whole NFL.
I don't know about that. 6 players is a lot.
If
Depending on quality of player.
After his first year or second year, and he was scrambling around, throwing those touchdowns, every team would have jumped on 2 first-round picks. I don't know about the 6 players.
I would have paid 3 first-round picks and a mid-level player.
It's just they're not gonna get it now, and
no. They said it might heat up around the trade deadline though.
My take on it is I think that's fluff, and what you're really going to get for them if they do trade them is going to be drastically different than what they're saying right now.
Yep. Okay, let's go into some extensions that happened this weekend. A very unexpected one that just dropped Saturday. The Eagles, they signed left tackle Jordan Mailata to a 4-year, $64 million extension, $80 million max, $40.85 million guaranteed.
That's a lot of money. You have more of a, do you like this? What I like about this is his story. If no one knows it, he actually is a rugby player, and you should look up his highlights. He demolished people in rugby.
Yeah, I believe he's 6'8", 380, something like that.
He looked good on Sunday.
That he did. I was, like I said, very surprised that this happened. He was on the last year of his deal. Fighting. Oh, of course, it's Tyson Williams. Why did I not think that wouldn't happen?
Ooh, touchdown.
But it helps my fantasy team. That's fine.
We're behind.
And it helps our pick. That's cool. But yeah, back to Mailata. He was battling former first-round pick Andre Dillard for the left tackle spot. Dillard's been hurt the last couple of seasons, but it's a lot of confidence in what they're seeing in Mailata. They also love their offensive line staff in Philadelphia. So, I think it's good. They're getting in front of the market because, as we've seen with some people, if you sign a guy early that isn't proven yet, and then he turns out to be a Pro Bowl or an all-pro caliber player, I mean, you're way ahead in market value. And I think that's what the Eagles are trying to do. So pretty mention. And we know Howie is a really good GM.
I don't want to compare him to people because linemen are different, but he reminds me of Villanueva with the Steelers. Like, he didn't have the same road to the NFL, and they're really big, athletic linemen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was a beautiful run. I wish we could have put that on the screen.
The other extension that happened literally right after the game, I heard they said it, or they announced it right after the game anyways. The Saints, they signed corner Marshawn Lattimore to a 5-year, $97.6 million extension. It is $100 million max. He gets $44 million fully guaranteed, $68.3 million in total guarantees. But he is week to week right now with a thumb injury that he picked up in the Packers game. So Marshawn Lattimore signing an extension.
You have to, I think with the Saints, you have to do that. It's the way that their secondary was depleted.
Yeah, and how he played against Devontae Adams this weekend, I think just helped that. I don't know if like that was the thing that put it over the top, but it does help them with a little bit of salary cap room, pushing that money to the back. So, yeah, I'm hating myself because Tyson Williams was plus 950 first touchdown score. So that's good. All right, that's fine. Like I said, it helps my fantasy team and it helps our pick for tonight's game. So the Saints, we'll stick with the Saints. They released and then re-signed defensive tackle Montravius Adams today. And they also signed familiar face safety Jeff Heath to the practice squad there. Titans, they had some kicker issues. We were making fun of their kicker issues on Friday, making fun of kicker Sam Ficken. Well, they placed him on IR right before the game. Randy Bullock, they signed to the practice squad. And I am blanking on who actually kicked for them in the game. It was whoever they had on their practice squad. That happened a lot. Oh, Michael Badgley. Yeah, Chris's guy. Michael Badgley kicked in that game. He got elevated right before the game. That happened a couple spots, though. It was weird. Like, there were just kickers being put on IR and getting elevated off the practice squad for the game. I was like, what is going on? There's like 3 or 4 teams that did that this weekend. All right. Let's get into injuries from week 1. The Cardinals, they placed linebacker Dennis Gardeck with a hand injury on IR. That actually happened before the game. So did these two things. The Lions, they placed left tackle Taylor Decker on IR after his finger surgery. And then the Eagles, just today, they activated defensive tackle T.Y. McGill off of the COVID list. Unfortunately for him, they also waived him today in the same transaction there. Okay, now we'll get the week 1 injuries. So starting off with San Francisco, running back Raheem Mostert, he suffered a knee injury, chipped knee cartilage.
Ouch.
He's going to go on IR, probably out about 8 weeks. So it'll be Elijah Mitchell going forward with, I would think, Trey Sermon, who was a surprise inactive in the game this weekend against Detroit. The Niners also lost corner Jason Verrett. He suffered a torn ACL, done for the year. Heartbreaking for him. I mean, he just, throughout his career, he cannot stay healthy.
You guys are cool.
The Washington football team, we kind of mentioned it. They have a quarterback situation, Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's out about 6 to 8 weeks, hip subluxation. If you don't know what that means, it means he dislocated his hip. They were having an MRI just to confirm, just to make sure there wasn't any structural damage, and it looked pretty clean.
That's the positive in this, but with his age, not that he's ever been of Fitzpatrick. He's a Harvard grad. He's actually very when I say intelligent, he's intelligent because he's very funny. If you have ever seen anything, I've been live to one of his interviews. It was like the greatest experience of my life. But I don't see him. This could be the light at the end of the. He doesn't have a lot of seasons left in him.
Yeah, I agree. In a move to go along with putting him on IR, they signed quarterback Kyle Shermer to the practice squad just to get another arm in practice. So it'll be Taylor Heineke going forward, along with Kyle Allen as his backup. I don't know if they have even Montez still. I don't think they do. The Jets had a couple of injuries this weekend as well. Biggest one being left tackle Mekhi Becton. He has an MCL sprain and dislocated his kneecap. He's going to be out about 4 to 6 weeks after he has arthroscopic knee surgery. I think tomorrow they said that he's going under for that. Also with the Jets, safety LaMarcus Joyner. He has a torn elbow tendon. More than likely will miss the rest of the season with that.
Did you? Okay, go ahead. 49.
The Lions, they lost corner Jeff Okudah, number 3 overall pick last season, to a ruptured Achilles. He is out for the season. That very bad, very, very bad for the Lions. They could not afford to lose their best corner, and that's exactly what they did. So I would assume their best corner is, once again, just like it was last year, Amani Aruarie from Penn State. Third-year guy, I believe he is. The Broncos had 2 injuries as well. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, he has a high ankle sprain, out 4 to 6 weeks. Big blow for them. I don't think it's as big of a blow considering what all they have at the skill positions. So, and then they also had a scary situation. Offensive lineman Graham Glasgow, he had an elevated heartbeat during the game. They took him to the hospital. He stayed overnight in New York. He should be heading back to Denver either today or tomorrow, continuing to be evaluated there. So at the monitor Glasgow situation. The Bears have their own offensive line situation. Left tackles Jason Peters has a quad injury, and his backup Larry Borum, the rookie out of Missouri, injured his ankle in the game last night. They were that was a scary situation. They were playing their third string left tackle against Aaron Donald. So, and I mean, it's kind of, Jason Peters is injury prone at this point. Being 39 years old, whatever. The Saints pass rusher Marcus Davenport, he has a pec injury. I haven't heard any update on how long he is out or if he is day-to-day or whatnot. Browns offensive tackle Jedrick Wills, he is day-to-day with an ankle injury. And I kind of mentioned this before, but the Seahawks running back Rashad Penny, he re-aggravated his calf injury from the preseason. Expected to go on IR probably for maybe the minimum of 3 weeks and come back. So backups now are going to be Travis Homer, Alex Collins, I believe. A lot of offensive line injuries this weekend. Patriots offensive tackle Trent Brown. He has a minor calf strain day-to-day with that one. And then some stuff for tonight's game that's going on right now. The Raiders running back Josh Jacobs, he is playing. did look like he got nicked up on that first drive, but then he went back in. So I would assume he's still okay. And then before tonight's game, the Ravens, they elevated corner Anthony Levine and defensive lineman Justin Ellis from the practice squad. Jimmy Smith, the Pro Bowl corner, is not playing in this game for Baltimore. So that's why Anthony Levine is key. And then a couple additions to some practice squads, some notable names. Raiders, they signed safety Clinton Dix to theirs. And the Panthers, they signed corner Rashawn Melvin to their practice squad. So
one injury update. I don't know if you wanted to save it for Friday, but happened during the podcast. Michael Gallup is on injury reserve for the next 3 weeks for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think we mentioned on Friday that the timeline was 3 to 5, I think. So makes sense that they officially put him on IR. All right, let's get to our pick standings. Here they are from last year.
Let's go. Let's see.
Chris won the Monday. Chris won the Monday show last year, 28-11, really good. Mark, you finished second, 24-15, and I brought up the rear, 23-16 last year for the Monday show.
I gotta take a win when I can get an NFL win, guys.
And we all started off the season on the right foot. We all picked Tampa Bay on Thursday, 1-0 start to the season for the Monday show. All right, let's get to picks. Before we get into tonight's game, we do have a college game this week on Thursday. Ohio, 0-2. Ohio, the Bobcats heading down to face Louisiana, 1-1. Raging Cajuns are minus 19. Raging Cajuns are 19.5-point favorites. Over under is 54.5, and that is 8 p.m. on ESPN on Thursday. But tonight's game, Ravens came in -4. They're currently up 7-0 on Tyson Williams' 35-yard rushing touchdown. We are all on Baltimore in this one. And yeah, I mean, the Raiders don't look bad. That's what I will say so far.
I was actually, I think, torn more than you guys when we talked about it a little bit heading, last week, talking about all the games. With the injuries, I could see the Raiders pulling this off last minute, but I was reminded that just like we saw Williams in the background, 35-yard run, he might be the next, generation of Ravens running backs that excels.
I cannot believe Derek Carr just missed Darren Waller wide open and dumped it to Josh Jacobs instead. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I just thought overall, it's the Ravens. Yes, they got to travel across the country, but
not to interrupt, Darren Waller already has 7 targets, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I have his receptions as a player prop tonight, so I don't know how big that is. Incognito's out tonight, but seems like the Ravens are getting constant pressure on Carr. So
that's what I really dictated.
There's that pressure. Yep, there it is.
Yep. That's what I dictated the game on. Calais Campbell being in the backfield.
Justin Houston with the sack.
And we know that the Ravens dominate on Monday Night Football. That's another reason I picked them. Their statistics like 21-1 in their last Monday Night Football games, or 21-2-1 or something.
Yeah, Pernell McPhee, Justin Houston meeting at the quarterback there to sack Derek Carr. Yeah, this the over/under for this one is 51. The under looks like it's prevailing right now, I would say. Oh, ball. Luckily, he got that back. 8:15 it started technically, and it's on ESPN currently. All right, Thursday night football here. Forgot to put the records in, but it's 0-1 and 0-1. Giants at Washington. Washington, a 4.5-point favorite. I actually should check that with the Ryan Fitzpatrick injury. When I put this in, this was last night. So Washington's still a 3.5-point favorite. So not much has changed from Fitzpatrick to Taylor Heineke. I mean, a 1-point swing down towards the Giants, but I still like Washington. I definitely like them better than when they played the Chargers. We saw what the defense did to Daniel Jones for the Broncos, and I think it's going to be even worse against Washington unless the Washington secondary plays like it did against Herbert. The way that I think the Giants are going to win is if Daniel Jones can consistently throw the ball around. If he has time, though, that's the thing.
I picked this game solely off Ron Rivera marrying a Carolina Panthers fan. I think Ron Rivera does really good on the defensive side of the ball. The issue is on the offensive side of the ball. Right. So if it's a 16-13 game, 17-14, 21-17, I believe that Washington football team wins it.
Yeah, Chris is with us. Over under is 41. So that tells you probably. I mean, I don't expect it to be high scoring anyways. With even the Giants defense, they have a stout defensive line led by Leonard Williams. It's just the secondary. Can they cover Curtis Samuel, Adam Humphries, Terry McLaurin, and the like? But I think, unfortunately, for my fantasy team, it's a very poor matchup for Antonio Gibson. Specifically, again, because of Leonard Williams and how good he is against the run. 8:20 on Thursday, NFL Network. Okay, we finally got through it. It only took 4 hours, dude. Jesus Christ. But next Monday, it will not be 4 hours. And we will have the Monday night preview between the Lions and Packers in Lambeau. Maybe I'll be there. I don't know. Just kidding. I will not be at Lambeau Field.
Could be.
And then we'll also be previewing the Thursday night matchup in Houston between the Panthers and the Texans. Love the Panthers in that one. So that is the show for today.
Bedtime.
I know Nate didn't watch all 4 hours. But yeah, appreciate it, Mark. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media at FAA Podcast on Instagram and Twitter. FAApodcast.com is our website, and also check us out YouTube, Facebook, and Spotify.